Diana is my co-host for the first hour or so, and so she'll keep me on my toes, help me remember everything. So welcome, everyone. Shelley will be joining us, I think, at 10 o'clock, if I recall. She had another meeting, and then she'll be with us for the rest of the day. And so this is our last session of this series, but it doesn't have to be. I had a group of 6 from 2 different districts who started with 1 year at the last 2 doing syntax and semantics, and then they repeated all 7 the next year, and so they ended up with me 9 times. And we built some good relationships. And Peggy, I think that Dana was probably, one of those ones who had joined in and done that. So I just like to start with a quote sometimes to start us off. And I think that that practice makes permanent is a quote I refer to a lot. We often tell our kids and our students that practice makes perfect, but not necessarily. Whatever you're practicing is what gets solidified, or in the ESL world, we call it fossilized. And so you want to make sure what you're practicing is what you want to become permanent, because unless you are consciously making an effort to learn from your mistakes, practice doesn't necessarily make better. It just solidifies what you're doing. I also have a fun chat warm up for us to start. Since we're talking about semantics, which is meaning and thinking about words and the meanings of words and phrases and clauses, what is the most unusual word that you've heard or seen? And sorry for, let's see, was it Becky joining us from Texas? I found this one of Yaldav. Okay, as a Texas example. But let's have just a fun chat box sharing as we start us off. You can put it in the chat, you can unmute. I think I found this on, I don't know, Twitter or something. Becky, I should have you read this, not me. We were all fixing to go together if Yaldav just waited. And you can tell I'm from back east in my pronunciations of things. I'll turn off my fire while you're starting that in. And I'll turn off my background since I talk with my hands so much. Anything interesting coming in there, Diana?
Yes, I'm about to mizzle between a misty drizzle, it says a misty drizzle. So there's a couple.
We get that up here, Peggy. I think I'll start using that one, that mizzle. I started saying the word snaining, the snow and rain. Do you know? Good morning, Roxanne. Anyone else have something fun in there? Snert, I haven't heard that one before. Socked in. Rachel, is that not that common? I love, okay. We used to talk about that, especially back east, when you'd be socked in with a rain or a storm.
Okay, thank you.
I will change my settings so that we are muting upon entry, so we don't have to worry about people not realizing they're muted as they come in. But everyone can unmute you all. Unmute yourself. Fog. Oh yeah, Rachel, the fog. We were really socked in with fog. Friends-tastic. Friends-tatic? Wait, how do I? Super frantic. Friends-tatic. That's a tough one to say. Definitely we have the fun we can have with words. So keep them coming as we start off. And actually toward that end, I do have a poll that asks if we have anyone new who's never been to any of my classes. And I'm going to just go ahead and launch that because I think that it's helpful for me to see if there's anybody who needs a little bit of additional background. We have some, so thank you. I will go ahead and stop it knowing that we have many actually. So thank you. We have at least 8 people who are new, so I'll go ahead and stop that. And that's great for us to know, and welcome for all of you. The doldrums, that's fun, Sam. I like that word too. All right, so we always start off all of our meetings and our classes with a land acknowledgement. And I like to try and share resources when I have them. So I'm going to put some things into the chat box. I invite you to also share resources or acknowledgements of your own. You'll notice the first link I have in the resources actually takes you to a map that can tell you the native lands on which you are residing. So I acknowledge that in my region here in Capital Region ESD 113, we are in the traditional lands of the Nisqually, Cowlitz, and Puget Sound Salish people. And I don't have the slide in this deck, but one of the things that I've learned to appreciate from one of my colleagues in another ESD is that acknowledgement is but the first step. It doesn't stand in for relationships and the real work that we have to do to recognize and to build relationships with others. But it's a first step in recognizing that the different histories that we all bring to our table. We also start with our teaching and learning beliefs, but actually before I jump here, since we have some new people, I'm going to go to my Zoom tips. I should have redone this order so that we can have everyone name yourselves, so that we can have everyone contributing and learning how to annotate, because that's one of the things that I like for people to be able to engage with as well. Thank you, Sherilyn. So the Zoom tips, one, we do ask that you name yourself with your district name, so that helps us know where you are from. So for example, Kimberly, is Brazil your last name, or where you're from?
That's my last name. I'd like to be from, yeah. No, that's my last name. I can fix that.
Thank you. So, and if you do need help getting to renaming, just let me know, and I can, both Diana and I can rename you as well, since we're the co-hosts. But here's a little tip too. You can go to the participants list, go find your name, and you'll see next to more where the option is to rename. I have the mute button, which Kimberly has found, to unmute and mute herself, and you all can find that there. As well, the reactions is where you'll find the raised hand option. It used to be at the bottom of the participants list, and now it's under the reactions. One tip too, while we're here, is that if you raise your hand, you can lower it, and so can Diana and I. If you use these reactions, they will fade away. But if you use any of these in the middle, you have to unclick it to make it go away. So I don't really use those because we all forget to then, and you wonder, was that from this question or the previous question? And so just giving you a tip on that. You'll see me using these annotations a lot. You access that from view options, which is where you can change whether you see it, me and everyone else along the top or along the side. You can also turn on the transcript from the captions, which is something I tend to do when I'm in meetings, so that if I'm multitasking and I miss something, or I'm taking notes and I miss something someone said, I can go back and look at that in the transcript. Sometimes people talk too quickly and you want to, what did that person say? You want to catch it. So those are the under view options or more, I think the transcript pieces. Under view options is how you get to the annotations. And when you click the annotate button, this toolbar comes up. And one of the things that we'll be using a lot is the stamp. You can engage via the stamping. You can draw on the screen. You can write on it. And when you use any of those, if you want to change the color of your text or your drawing tool, this format button will change that color. And then you can erase, as can I, and you can also save anything. Okay. So that's our Zoom tour. Thank you, Sherilyn. I appreciate that. I totally understand for anybody whose screen needs to be off. It's nice to have screens on. I at least love to have a couple people. If you have to have your screen off, I totally get that. That's why we have the asterisk on the video on, is while I appreciate it, I understand if it's not going to work for your system. But it is also very appreciated when you are in small groups to have your videos on. Okay, the reason why I jumped here first before talking about our teaching and learning beliefs is that I invite you to engage and share with us which one is standing out to you today. Now, I think that these are things that mean something to me and what drive me in what I do. Hence, I changed the color to words that stood out to me in our teaching and learning beliefs, and I wanted to make these stand out. And my communications team gave me some icons to go with them. But I also invite you to put into the chat or to annotate what stands out to you, what drives you, or what is on your mind particularly today. And I love the connection, someone saying quality teaching and professional development, that this is a process for us all to keep learning. And this is why we're all here together, is to continue learning and recognize that you are the most important element of the classroom, hence that quality teaching. I wish I could put that first, but it's already an image I can't change, because it's you and your knowledge that is the most important aspect in the classroom. It's the materials are really useful, but your knowledge is what it's like. If you have a toolbox, but you only know how to use the hammer, you're not going to even look to those other tools, even if those other tools would be far more effective. So it's what you bring to that toolbox that makes the biggest difference. The other thing I sometimes do, actually, I think I can go and change some of these. I can't change the image order, but as I take this out, because while this is really important, it's also these relationships, the relationships with each other, with our other teachers, our paraprofessionals, our administrators, our communities, our families. All those relationships are crucial for impacting positive change. So I just wanted to highlight those couple of things as well. And especially you can see that that big bold word, all, is the most important word for me. What drives me is that not only can all students learn, it's the belief that all teachers can teach all students. And that's why I do what I do. And I feel very blessed that I'm able to do that on a regular basis. Is there anybody else who would like to comment and connect before we move on? Thank you for the connections via the annotations. I like to provide opportunities for voice. All right, I'm going to clear that off and show you the next one where you also have an opportunity to engage. On some of my newer slides, I went through this and I didn't always catch everything that I've made changes to in newer opportunities. Because I'm trying to move away from the word norms, because I don't want us to say that normal is the goal, although I do want to normalize differences and normalize the imperfections of humanity. I think that's going to be my new crusade. that recognizing our own imperfections, and that's who we are as humans. And I think that's why the one that's most important to me on this, I'm going to go ahead and stamp as well, is giving grace, giving ourselves and each other grace. Actually, I shortened the words, but I didn't notice the norms on that one, because I think that's the most important thing for us to recognize, is that we are all at different places on our journeys, as we'll talk about in a bit. And we have people who've been with us for many sessions. We have people who are brand new. And we have the same variety of knowledge. And so where we come from is not as important as where we're going. So we need to look forward, not backward, and recognize that we all may be at a different journey. So we all need to embrace and support each other in wherever we are. And we do that, of course, by listening and sharing with an open heart, and trusting that we're going to be supported in this process, and that engagement is part of that support and how we work together. Then the technology, and then of course the expecting and accepting non-closure in this case is because there's always more to learn, especially when we're talking about semantics and understanding. It's easier for me when, and you may notice I spend a lot more time, those of you who know me, in the word learning part, the word recognition, because there are only 44 phonemes, there's a finite number of sounds in our language. There's a finite number of letters in our language, only 26, and there's a finite number of ways of combining those in ways that make sense to represent the sounds. When we're talking, though, about semantics and understanding and vocabulary, there's an infinite number of words. We're constantly adding words. I mean, look at those creative words that you were sharing earlier. We're always adding words, and that's going to be going on for all times. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Peggy. Keeping going to the PD is, yes, I'm constantly learning as well. I appreciate that. All right. So our goals for today, excuse me, I need a lozenge already. And there is a bit of a delay on my computer, so I have to be careful if I don't get it. If I get impatient and click again, it'll go twice. So sometimes I may start talking where we might before we get ready and the screen has changed. I know this text is kind of small and there's a lot here. These are what I submitted to PD Enroller for our session. So I'll just highlight a few things that I want to draw our attention to our focus today, or our foci, because there are many. So the critical role of semantics. I mean, that is obviously we can't understand what we're reading if we don't understand the words and the phrases. But that critical role is what we're going to be talking about in building proficient readers, so that we are trying to get our students to independence. We're going to be looking at context and how context can be very helpful or it can be misleading. So we're going to understand different kinds of context. We're going to talk about choosing words for teaching. We're going to look at dictionary definitions and how they can be helpful or sometimes not so helpful, and how we can create student-friendly definitions that contribute to our students' growth. And then we're going to be looking at figurative language, and we'll be talking about phrases and supportive reading, which I didn't put in here as well. So we have a lot that we'll be talking about today. And this is our order is focusing in the beginning. Sorry. As soon as it changes, you'll see the agenda. Focusing on some definitions, and let me make this bigger so that I can read it while it's waiting. Wow, everything's freezing. We're going to have a really interesting day on tech today. I always say technology is great until it's not. So you'll have to bear with us, right? That's the grace piece. Thank you, Diana, for supporting on the attendance list there. Okay. So I didn't put times here because we're going to be flowing and moving and to your needs and trying to respond to how much more quickly or slowly we need to go into some of these. But we'll be talking about some definitions in the beginning. And then we'll get into the word level, beyond the word level, and then what it looks like in a comprehensive lesson. Here are the times that everybody wants to know what are the when are the breaks going to be, and when is our lunch, when is our ending. Now, I do give every group the choice of taking a half-hour lunch and finishing at 3:30, or taking a full hour lunch and finishing at 4. These were the times that were advertised in PD Enroller. However, we have a small enough group that I open it up to the group. If there's anybody who feels strongly, yes, please, can we please do a half-hour lunch and be done at 3:30, or I really need that hour lunch. So if there's anybody who feels strongly, please put it in the chat. And if there's anybody who can't do one of the two, please put that in the chat. I'm getting some requests for half-hour lunch with finishing at 3:30. So my next question is there anybody who can't do that? Please put that into the chat. And since while I'm waiting for that, oh, we do have somebody who really needs the hour lunch. I could compromise at that. We have only one. I do want to honor, Brenda, your hour lunch. What I'm going to say, Brenda, is I'll do a squishy comeback. I will move to these alternate times, but I will recognize that not everybody can be back in half an hour. And we'll also send out the recording. Thank you for the honesty and the contributions, everyone. Okay, so if you'd like to take a screenshot of this, I have a little note for myself here so we can always keep everybody on track. I tend to not pay attention to time, so hence my co-host can always help, and you all as well. If you're feeling a need for a break beforehand, or if I'm missing it and we start talking, you can say, hey, you know what, let's take a break and contribute. Let me know what your needs are. Okay. So thank you everyone for that. I appreciate that. Throughout, you will see our slide deck today. You will see guideposts. They may not be peppered in as much as I would like, but I'm working on it. And I think these are useful for all of us to see that when I will give you a handout, something you can print out and take away with you. An activity is an opportunity for engaging, whether it be orally in whole group like this, or going off into breakout rooms and talking and doing something. The time to reflect will be a pause. I try to do that on every slide, but sometimes I do go a little quickly. And if you need more, please let me know. Give me an electronic shout out, raise your hand, unmute, and just interrupt me. No problem, Leah. Hello. We totally understand. Everyone who's putting your kind of caveats in the note in the chat box. That's part of giving each other and ourselves grace. When I point out a practical strategy, that will be something that particularly is useful for our students with dyslexia, but benefits everyone. And one of those, you notice there's a practical strategy on this slide, and that is that having these guideposts is helpful for your students, and it's also helpful for us, especially if you teach, those of you in higher grades who teach the same thing multiple times. You may forget that you've already, did I say that already? Did I say that to the last group? Did I say that to this group? So it keeps you on track, and it lets them know what to expect as well. So it's the more routines we can provide for our students, the more clear expectations, the more comfortable they'll feel. And then the last one is the resources, is when we'll put something into the chat box for you. Okay. The big resource that Diana and I put in earlier, and Diana, maybe you can get it again, is the tinyurl.com explicit literacy instruction, because that's where everything will live as well. And I continue adding to that as I learn more and find more resources for you. Thank you, Diana, for putting that in for us. Okay, so let's start with a little bit of introductions. I know that there are many of you who've been with me in many classes, and I know that we have some new people. So I'm going to ask you, as I share, to share as well in two ways. One is a Mentimeter that asks you to share your role. I'm putting that into the chat box now. And the second is on the Jamboard, where we will have opportunities to share. And I'm putting that into the chat box as well. And I'll jump to an illustration of that, and then I'll jump back here to while I talk about my sharing. All right, so on the Mentimeter, whoops, this is the Jamboard first. When you click and open the Jamboard, thank you, Jerry. The first screen is just a reminder of our first slide from the front. Our second screen is a map, so you can show us where you're from. And then we also have, if you want to scroll further, slide 3 is a parking lot for anything that you want to make sure that we address, any questions, any concerns, any thoughts. You can also put things in the chat box, but it's nice to have options. This is an anonymous option. The Mentimeter that I put in for you, you can either follow that link, or you can just use any device you have and go to mentimeter.com. And it's coming slowly. We'll come back to the Mentimeter. Oh, a page unresponsive. Maybe now it will come. You can go to menti.com and type in a code that you'll see on the screen in just a moment. Here we go. 8593-7265. And it will ask you to share your role, like Jerry has done in the chat box for us, reading intervention teacher. So those are two options for you, the Mentimeter and the Jamboard, for telling us what you do and where you're from. Thank you. All right. And while you're doing that, I'll share a little bit about myself, my background, so you know why I do what I do and what brings you, tell you a little bit of my history and why you should listen to me. This is an interesting order. I have other ones at my communications team. This is an older one. I usually start here with the green square that says Chartwell, though, because that was sometimes referred to as my past. I originally thought I was going to be a high school English teacher. That was my first preparation. Then I thought I was going to be an ESL teacher. I taught English in Morocco at the Peace Corps. And then I got this job at a place called Chartwell in California. It is a school for children with dyslexia, an elementary school. And it really opened my eyes as to the strengths and the struggles that students with dyslexia encounter, and how we can help them, and how we can help all students learn to read. I took that training with me to special education, middle school, and then high school, reaching my students and really having a different perspective than I would have had without that. It was a fantastic opportunity. I went on from there, from, like I said, elementary, middle, then high, and then taught at university, both in a teacher prep program in New York and in Oregon, teaching people become elementary, secondary, and special education teachers. And I brought the dyslexia perspective and the inclusive practices perspective to that work. In the meantime, though, my daughter was born at 10 years after I started working at Chartwell. And I had learned the heritability of dyslexia and that dyslexia runs in my family. So I know it's hard to read on her shirt that says dyslexia is my superpower. I joined the International Dyslexia Association and was a board member in Oregon, and now I am in Washington. I joined the Decoding Dyslexia board in Oregon before moving here. And it's really been my passion. My journey that started out professionally became personal. So I've now been on both sides of the IEP table. I've been on both sides of the 504 table. I can speak as a parent as well as a teacher. And I think that gives me a different, it's funny when I see so many people say, I have this unique perspective as a parent and a teacher. I'm finding it's less and less unique, but I think it's really important because it gives us the empathy that we've been there. When I was just a teacher, I could feel and understand the pain of the parents when they came and talked to me about their students. But now that I'm a parent too, it has a very different lens. And I know that I would be a better teacher now than I was before I was a parent. So thank you for contributing. I appreciate all of your contributions. Oh, we have someone in Idaho. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for those contributions. We see a few things coming in here as well. Keep it coming. And if you can always contribute to this later, I don't think it will close, as well as on our Jamboard, so we can see where people are joining us from. Whoops, we have to go into this frame 2. We have a few people from the other side. All right, so welcome everyone. Appreciate the time just to getting to know people a little bit. Michelle, I'll have to add you to Spokane to the list for us since you're the one I just saw. Whoops. Michelle from Spokane. Looks like we have, oops, I keep forgetting to do that. But if you hit save, it's going to automatically give you a new one. So for those of you who haven't used Jamboard, there's a toolbar over here on the left where you can grab a new sticky note, change the color. And then when you create it, you can make this smaller and then put it over in the area here-ish. You said, was that East Valley? Oh, but it's somewhere over there in Spokane area. All right, thank you everyone for joining us and for contributing. Okay, so let's jump into the definitional part as soon as my slides change. Oh, thank you for Dakari. What do you do in Montana? I'll add that on for you. We totally understand the technical difficulties, don't we, everyone? Oops, I should put the MT for Montana. Here's another tip, everyone. If you, oh, good, we have Connections Academy here. Actually, both my kids did Connections for a year. Let's see, I will edit that. For those of you who know, here's a little tour of using a Jamboard for those of you who haven't used it either. So I'll put Montana up here, and we have somebody, Jerry's north of Spokane. I'll add you in as well, Jerry. And then we cancel, we just make it bigger, move it over here. Put you over here. And yes, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes if you accidentally do something, there's the eraser button. I always like to put that back button too. That's just the undo at the top. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, that gave us time for my slide to change. All right, we're going to start talking about semantics and its role in the acquisition of reading and writing skills. But we're going to start with a reminder of the simple view of reading. And I'm actually on this one, I can click a few. I'm just going to bring all this up and we can talk about it at once. So this is just a reminder on that simple view of reading for those of you who have been with me before. For those of you who are new, hopefully this concept of the simple view isn't new, but I will give a little bit on it, and you will get a chance to talk in your breakout rooms soon where you can process anything that is new to you, that you can share on with others and kind of verbalize it to internalize it and process what might be new and different and a different way of looking at things. So the simple view of reading posits that reading comprehension, with reading fluently with comprehension, being able to understand what you read as an individual reader, relies on me being able to break apart the words and that code, translate the letters that I see into what those words are. And it relies on my knowledge of what those words mean and how they are put together, what the phrases mean, what the sentences mean, what the passages mean, because not just the individual vocabulary, but how those words are used makes a difference as well. And notice that we have a multiplication symbol here. This is key because if either one of these is 0, like any multiplication equation, your outcome is 0. You would need to have some amount of both of these. Otherwise, you'll have absolutely no understanding. So the picture there of my daughter from when she was, I think probably 2, that might have been from when we crossed country from New York to Oregon. You notice the book's upside down? She understood a lot of words. She loved being read to. They still do, and they're in middle school now, both the kids. She understood a lot, but as you can see, her word recognition was just not there. She didn't quite understand that the book has to be the right side up. She had directionality issues. She was at that stage that these books were great, but they were stories that other people read to her. She didn't make a connection between the text that's on the page and the words that we are reading. And frankly, even though she's in middle school, she's gotten better. I'd say, this doesn't happen as much often, but even very recently, if she would insert a word as she's reading, and I'd take her to it, and I'd say, where is that word? And she would point to the blank space. Like, there's nothing there. So this is something I see in kids with dyslexia very often is as we teach our kids, we have to teach them to slow down and pay attention to every word that is on the page. That is a slowing down that really, it's hard for them because they see us reading really quickly. So they think we need to do that too. But what they don't realize is that our eyes are actually decoding every single word there. It's just happening so quickly, we don't realize that we're doing that anymore. And we call that automatic recognition, but it's such a speedy process in our brain that it feels like it's recognizing it on site, but it does still go through that decoding process, according to Stanislaw Dehaene. Okay, well, this next piece, when I say this isn't static within a student, that you may be strong or weak in language comprehension, dependent on the passage's vocabulary and syntax. And I'm going to illustrate that in a moment, if my clicking happens quickly enough. In the meantime, I can see if I have any other points or give you a moment to chime in if there's something that, oh, they're good. We are moving on. Okay, I'm going to bring all this up because my clicking, we don't want it to be too slow here. Actually, it's going with us. Okay. All right, so the statement I said in a moment ago was that this is dependent on the text. It's a relationship between the text and the reader. So I'm going to start with this little young man here. Notice his book. I hope you can see it all right. It says ABC. He's got strong language comprehension and he's got strong word reading skills for a book that he can decode. He can sound out any of these words. Since he's got strong reading comprehension for that text. Or you put me in his shoes, I can read pretty much anything put in front of me. However, if you put something in front of me, or if you put him, his book here says XYZ. If you give me a book on protein kinases or an article on engineering, I can sound all those words out mostly. I may have no clue what I'm reading because I may not understand the words. I may not understand how they're being used. So both he and I would have weak comprehension on that text. So notice it's not static. I may be always growing my language comprehension side. My word reading gets to a point where I've got it. I can sound it out. Now, I may not know that word. So this is a perfect, or maybe I know it and I don't make the connection to the imperfect relationship between speech and text. Here's a great example. I may sound that out as epitome and not have a clue what an epitome is. But then I look at the context and hopefully that'll help me recognize that that's actually epitome. Another great example, this one comes from Louisa Moats, is that your initial reader might look at that one and say it's read just. But I have to realize read just doesn't make sense, nor is it a single word. I break that down into readjust. Now I've got it. So it takes more, my word reading takes more than just sounding things out. It takes additional pieces of knowledge that we talked about when we talked about the reading part. Okay, I'm going to clear that off. And I see some comments before I bring up the other ones. I like that, Rachel, about Minecraft things as well. Thank you. Okay. So now we have our student with dyslexia who has, like my daughter you saw in that picture, strong language comprehension, but her ability to get it off the page is what's weak. And so this is that definition of dyslexia, is a weakness in word reading, whether it be accuracy or fluency, getting it right and getting it automatic. And that, of course, creates difficulties with reading comprehension. But I left space here because I wanted to help remind us that if we give them auditory, because again, remember their language comprehension is strong, I can support their reading comprehension through that auditory text. And so that's especially as we think about semantics, that we can support them and keep them listening to things that are at a higher level than they're able to read on their own. Okay. There's not a lot here for us to talk into more. So I'm going to give you reflection time soon, though, but I want to talk about a couple more dense. This is a denser image. I'm going to put these things up first. Okay. And soon I'll put you in breakout rooms to chat. So this is another way of looking at the complexity of reading. And I like this one because it brings in the metacognition piece that we don't talk about enough. That's where we have our reading comprehension strategies. Am I able to understand what I'm reading? Am I able to continue to understand it? How can I fix up and make sure that I get back to understanding when I have what might be like a click and a clunk? A clunk being where something's not working for me, a click being, okay, that works for me. So these are those active reading strategies piece. Notice the colors. These are corresponding with earlier with the language comprehension. I put that in red. That's our language and our knowledge. That's our understanding about the world and about the words. So with my oral language skills, my knowledge of the language structures, how this is working together. So how, for example, in readjust, I needed to understand that it's not read just, it's readjust, because that's my morphemes and understanding that re is a prefix that means to do it again. That's where I'm coming into the vocabulary as well, where we'll be focusing on today. But also that cultural influence is crucial here in my understanding of knowledge. I would add that too. I'm gonna make an arrow here somewhere. That cultural influence comes into this piece as well. I don't want it in blue, I wanted it red. Oh, well, close enough. You get the idea. I recently saw one about how culture is influencing these different pieces, and I loved that. I'll have to find it again and I'll share it with you. I'll put it on my list when I find that. I'll make a note to do that. Because I think that's a crucial piece, is where do our cultural influences come in, not just in my language background, but also my understanding of my life experience, my understanding of content, what the topic we're talking about, how to activate my prior knowledge, how to make connections to what I already know. And of course, my understanding about text structures, whether it's a narrative structure or an expository structure, whether it's arguing something or whether it's telling a story. And then in the blue down at the bottom, I have highlighted our prosody, our fluency. This is the word recognition strand of the simple view of reading. Remember, we had knowledge, the red, and then we had the word reading, the blue. And look at the pieces that are components here. We have the automaticity that I've been mentioning, but we also have the accuracy, and we have our phonemic awareness, our understanding of the sounds of our language and how those work together. All that contributes to the prosody, but so does my knowledge piece. Is that if I don't know, and my understanding of language structures, all of these contribute to me reading smoothly and pausing at the right places. Instead of pausing in the middle of a phrase or a clause. All of that needs to work together for me to be able to read with expression. Okay, questions or thoughts on this? Complex, isn't it? This is why Louisa Moat says teaching reading is rocket science. And the man who was the coordinator of the National Reading Panel, who actually was a rocket scientist, said, no, she's wrong. This is harder. Because we're human beings. And there's so much that goes into all of these, isn't it? I mean, everyone has different life experiences. Everyone has different amounts of content knowledge and amount of prior knowledge and knowledge practice. I mean, like I said, I like working in the word reading because there are only 44 phonemes and there are only 26 letters. That's something I could concrete. When we're talking about language and knowledge, it gets into much more complex. I have another slide before we go into talking soon. You're talking about definitions piece, about what this looks like and for students with dyslexia and understanding strengths and weaknesses. Again, I'm just going to pull everything up rather than go slowly, because I think we don't have to worry about tech. So remember again, the language comprehension strand and the word reading, if those are both strong, hence red and blue make purple. If those are both strong, you have a skilled reader who's on the right trajectory to be proficient at reading whatever they need, whatever they can, whatever they want to. And that's your typical or your skilled reader. You need the language comprehension, you need the word reading piece. It's our dyslexic students, and luckily this is the most common of the weaknesses, who struggle with the word reading piece. Remember, I said it's basically a word reading. It may be with accuracy, it may be with fluency, but it is the word reading strand, not the language comprehension strand. So hence we have a lot more red on there, less blue. On the upper right, we have what we often call hyperlexic. Sometimes our students with autism fall in this category. We have people who've missed instruction who fall into this category. Sometimes second language learners, if I might be able to sound out everything in that other language, but not have a clue what I'm talking about. That's the comprehension deficit. That's a different need that we need to address, is our students who can read it, but don't know what they're reading. Luckily, that's not as common, but the pandemic may be shifting that a little bit. It's also shifting as we have fewer conversations with our children. And we're paying more attention to our devices than we are to having these turn-taking activities and instances. Hence, this is another piece that we as schools need to be supporting our students more, is building up that conversation piece and understanding the language. And then down at the bottom, you have our kids who are needing both. And of course, those are our kids entering in school. But as you have older students, you can, as you're teasing out where their needs are, if you have students who need to build their word reading independence and their language comprehension, that's where I'm going to need to spend the time with those kids. A simple way of illustrating something extremely complex. Moving into that dyslexia, I'm just going to pause and see if there's anything anybody wants to highlight or question while we're here.
So this is Sherilyn from Woodland. So I had a thought with the hyperlexic. Actually, that's a new term I learned. You learn everything, something new every day. And I was thinking about highly capable children. I know of a pair of twins that go to my church, and they are in third grade, but their parents have told me that it's been reported that they're reading at a sixth grade, seventh grade level. So you know me, I'm just give books out. I love giving out books. And so I was telling the parents that, you know, I have a lot of my library is higher levels, intermediate. And I told them, I said, they may be reading, they can read sixth, seventh grade words, but where they are cognitively right now at their age, they may not understand fully the plot that's happening and the complexity of the characters up in those grade ranges. So I recommend it to them to third grade standards have the students really learning character development. So I asked them to think about incorporating writing along with the reading and have them practice the skills of writing short stories themselves and developing the characters that they want, and have them read it aloud to them. And you give them answers, you question them as a reader, how could you understand that better as a reader? So even though they're reading, they're saying they're reading at 6 and 7, which is beautiful, but just kind of that medium, meeting them kind of where they are. And I gave them some like late fourth books to read, late fourth, early 5, around there. That was
And
just
that's really important, Sherilyn. I mean, you're right that we need to be stretching our kids. We need to be working with complex texts, but we need to be supporting them and helping them. And I love that you've brought in the writing that I teach all the time. We teach reading through writing. And so that's a really crucial piece. When you brought up the not recognizing the hyperlexic, another term we've often called these are word callers. Again, they can sound these out, but they may not know the meaning behind them. So there's on those kids that they are reading much higher, the question is, are they understanding that as well? And that's where we need to have a lot more conversation and digging into that. And another question I would have even on their word reading though, is I have a neighbor who said her daughter's reading really big words like comprehend, and she's a third grader, or maybe appreciate. And I said, well, how does she attack a word she's never seen before? That's my question, is that's where we want to do some nonsense word tests to see, does she have the sound symbol connection skills to recognize words or to sound out words she's never seen before, to be adding new words to her vocabulary through that reading process. Thank you. Yes, Debbie, that's exactly why I mentioned the English language learners or the multilingual learners, that sometimes they can pronounce those words, but they don't understand them. And so that's, Gina, your question, exactly. It depends on where they are, because they may be under mixed reading difficulty. So this is when you're looking at students who are, that's why I should say mixed or emerging. So they're still in the learning process, is in that light purple. And so in the light purple, they need to learn both. I think that where I took this from David Kilpatrick and Margie Gillis, they're looking through a lens of older students where we need to figure out how can we help and support them, where are their strengths and struggles. But for an emerging reader, I would put that into, and I agree with you, Gina, our multilingual probably has some word reading, but it also has some language comprehension needs. And I would really look to work by Elsa Cardenas Hagen, who talks about biliteracy and helping make sure that in our English, our multilingual learners are learning the sounds of our new language. They can use the sounds they know in their first language in order to help bridge to their new language. And that goes with any learning. We use what we know and bridge to the new. So yes, and onto those, both of those questions. But the reason why I focus on dyslexia is because of our dyslexia law here in Washington. And because one of my arguments is, if we can teach someone with dyslexia to read, we can teach anyone to read. Now, granted, we're talking about the absolute word reading piece. The other piece, takes a lot of different work. And sometimes I would rely on my speech and language pathologist if we need to be doing a lot of that language comprehension piece. But it's what we do every day as we talk to our kids. So I did move on to the definition of dyslexia because I want to give us some time to chat about definitions in a moment. And I want to focus in on some of the text that is used from the law here in Washington. I did spread it out over 2 slides so that we can look at it a little more deeply than sometimes I do. And so as I read this, I'm going to invite you to annotate, highlight, or put into the chat box a word or phrase that stands out to you. And then after this definitional piece, we're going to go into breakout rooms, Diana. Okay. So here in Washington, we've recognized dyslexia as a specific learning disorder that is neurological in origin and is characterized by unexpected difficulties with accurate or fluent word recognition and poor spelling and decoding abilities that are not consistent with the person's intelligence, motivation, and sensory capabilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological components of language that is often unexpected in relation to other cognitive abilities. I'll pause there. A couple things have stood out. I'll underline them. Poor decoding, unexpected difficulties. The neurological piece I've seen, I think it's the International Dyslexia Association's definition uses neurobiological. I'm not a neurologist. I'm not really sure what the difference is between those 2 terms. For me, it's the whole point is that we can see differences in the brain in people who are readers and people who are not. Another word that I often draw attention to is disorder, because very often you'll also see, I think the International Dyslexia Association uses disability. I appreciate the choice of disorder because I can see it as a larger spectrum than disability. That disorder implies it may or may not be severe enough to be considered a disability. Poor spelling and decoding, Kelly's put, not consistent with IQ, unexpected difficulties. Phonological, that is absolutely key. And one thing I want to clarify on this is that I've often seen people say, oh, his phonemic awareness is fine. He can't have dyslexia, or his phonemic awareness is fine. He doesn't have a learning disability. And I will push back and say there's so much more to the phonological component and the phonological processing than phonemic awareness. There's phonological memory, there's phonological naming, there's phonological recoding. There's a lot that goes on in the brain with phonology that's not just your awareness of phonemes. Go ahead, Sherilyn.
So just to add on to the neurological, I wasn't always a teacher, so I worked in radiology for 20 years before becoming a teacher, and I worked specifically in MRI, so I imaged the brain quite a bit and worked a lot with radiologists. So neurological, you can look at it as referred to or related to course the brain, which is neurology. So anytime you're going to be studying the brain, imaging the brain, you're in the neurology realm of it. And you can also fold in biological as well, because it's something that they can't help, you know. So it's the brain has a lot of pathways, synapses and all of that. And if it's as it being a disorder like epilepsy is a disorder, you can look at it in that aspect, but they do have the right term, neurological, but you can also fold in biology, biological in our terms as well, just to kind of give you a little bit of background on that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So it sounds like you're saying that biological could be embedded in the term neurological. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. As you say, we learn every day, don't we? All right, I'm going to clear these off and look at the part 2 of the definition. That's the word I'm looking for. Which is looking at the results and the fact that this is not typically a result of ineffective classroom instruction. And there are secondary consequences. So as you saw in when we looked at the simple view of reading, I need my background and knowledge, and I need my understanding of vocabulary to understand what I'm reading. I also gain a lot of that through my reading. So hence these secondary consequences that you see listed here. Maybe problems in reading comprehension, reduced reading experience, that because I'm not reading as much, this is called the Matthew effect. I'm not growing my vocabulary as quickly. Because I'm not reading as much, I'm not growing my background knowledge as quickly. Because I'm avoiding reading because it's hard. So I'm going to put you in breakout rooms for you to chat about this. I don't have this on one slide to share with you as you're talking, but I did put it into the Jamboard for you. So I'm going to go over to the Jamboard and illustrate that it is, oops, I want to get this on the arrow, not the eraser. Oh, yes, we'll talk about that when we come back from breakout room, yes. Okay, so frame 4 has the definition that you can share and talk about in your breakout. And if there are any of the other slides that we've talked about so far that you'd like me to share, please let me know. I just adjusted the settings so multiple participants can share simultaneously. And I will share our prompt. Here we go. We're asking you just to take a moment to think about the definition of dyslexia and of the simple view of reading and how we read, and to share your thoughts in the breakout room. And when you come back, we'll choose some volunteers to share your group's thoughts. So think about who from your group will be sharing, connecting. So we're giving you an opportunity to reflect and connect in your own words. So I'm going to pause the recording and resume recordings so that people who are not with us who can share in and benefit from our discussion. So I am opening the floor for volunteers. And while you're reaching for that, clicking the raised hand or unmuting, I will start us off with addressing this question that came in about how dyslexia affects speaking fluency. This is in the phonological processor. So I attended on last Saturday a fantastic session down in Oregon by Lucy Hart Paulson, who was a contributing editor. And actually, I need to get that link in on the phonological piece. It's phonological guidance on phonemic awareness and phonological awareness for teachers that just came out. So last year, she and Louisa Motes and David Kilpatrick put together this free guidance on phonemic awareness for teachers. And then they just put out a revised one, and I'll put it in. And she talks so much about the ways that phonology can affect both speaking and in reading. And so that's really where the it's called dysnomia, where we struggle on those phonemes. When you say he doesn't think in words, so when we're talking about the speaking fluency, we could be talking about several different things. Number one, there's getting the right word. So instead of, sometimes if you see, for example, a little boy who is looking at an elevator and says alligator, he's got similar phonemes, but he's just got that wrong label. It's not connected strongly, connecting the label to the term. My daughter went through a phase where she called bagel, and she would mix up bagel and donut, or antonyms for a while, hot and cold, up and down. Getting the right pronoun took her forever. Even though she'd say, I know it's a girl, but she would just use he instead of she. So it's getting that right word out. So that's the dysnomia. But there's also the order of them. So for example, kids saying hopsital instead of hospital, or amule instead of animal. So this is just getting that practice with the phonemes in the right order and paying attention to those, even the syllables, and not just the individual phonemes, but the larger units like syllables. And I will say that when it came to things like animal, as soon as we started spelling it and writing out the syllables, an, e, mo, now she says it correctly. because she paid attention to writing it and spelling it. And so the more we bring in the writing into our reading, I'm trying to remember how to, I know it ends with a lin, begins with a sh and ends with a lin. As she was talking about with the writing emphasis, the more we bring in the writing, the more we are helping our kids solidify that sound symbol correspondence and connecting it to the meaning as well.
It was me that put that up there, that sticky note, but the kid that I'm thinking about is a colleague of mine, her son, and he's got dyslexia and he can't read, he can't think of, he can't memorize anything like a written, he had to give a speech for ASB, and she was just cringing because she knew he could not memorize any of the speech. He just struggles and he stutters through it and can't remember because he doesn't think about what the words say, like we would memorize something. And she was just, I don't know, worried about him at school giving his speech.
Jill, how old is he?
Third grade.
So he's going to need extra practice with that. But I will tell you, there is a huge number of actors with dyslexia. And although I've never, I think I've seen once about like Tom Cruise, what his strategies are, but I would lay money that a strategy they use is listening to, like reading it or having someone read it to them and recording it and then listening back to memorize their lines, because very often their auditory memory is going to be stronger than their visual memory. And that way too, they're not reading it, they're bringing it in through their auditory channel.
Okay, good. Yeah. He can't even like read little words like
Oh yeah, those are harder.
Yeah.
Because we focus, and that's my friend said, she's like, my kid can read appreciate, but she can't read of.
I think it's because of the meaning. There's no meaning behind those little function words.
Exactly. The function words versus the content words. So thank you, Jill. How about somebody from your discussion about the definitions or the things we talked about? Who would like to share?
I was in room 5. I apologize for the noise. The kids are coming in. It's a late start Wednesday, so sorry about the noise in the background. I love the fact we had 4 wonderful people in our group, and they came in with offering up so many resources that, here's our curriculum, but we're definitely going outside the box because of those kids who are just not getting that comprehension piece or wanting to have that reading experience. And they're taking whatever they need to have success for those kids. So I was really fortunate to have the ladies that I had in group 5.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Look, I wish I could be a fly on the wall and listen to all the groups. Sometimes I do take a little bit of a break. Or that's the one I check and make sure that nobody's saying, I need the Zoom link. Where are you? How about another room?
I guess I'll share, but we were talking about how it's difficult and you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot. But when kids have trouble sounding out words and saying words and reading, they can mask that embarrassment or feeling uncomfortable in a classroom setting by just acting out with their behavior. And but in a classroom setting, it's impossible to do one-on-one instruction with each child. So small groups is about, I guess, the best you can do.
I appreciate that. And that's one of the things I really listen. There was I think it was on the Melissa and Lori podcast, and they were interviewing Pamela Snow, and she had a list of her whole language balanced literacy bingo. And one of the things we're addressing is that all kids learn differently, and that myth that if every kid learned differently, you mean you'd have to, Kelly, how many kids do you have in your class? Over 20, I assume.
I'm small group, so if they all show up, I have 5 in each group. But if they all show up during the entire day, I'll have 45 kids that I service each day.
So could you imagine if each of those 45, you need to do something different for every single one?
And that's why I go, maybe a little insane each day, just because there's so many kids that need to be, that, and the thing is, we cannot help them all. There's more kids that we wish we could help in our groups. And it's
And
just
that's
not
where, and I
really-
love that you've got groups. I mean, we did at Chartwell try to keep our numbers small, 6 to 9, but there are approaches that can be used even with larger groups. I know one of my colleagues has used Slingerland approach with 19, 20. I mean, you can meet everyone's needs. You just need to pay attention to everyone's needs. And it is a lot harder. But the reality is that everyone does not learn differently when it comes to reading. Everyone still needs the same thing. They may just need different dosages and in different intensities. And I may be able to take what you're teaching me and run with it after just a little bit. But somebody else may need a lot more of it and more repetition of it. But it doesn't mean that we need something different. We just might need different intensities and different duration and amount of practice with it too. Thank you, Leah. Is there any other group who would like to share on before we go on?
I can share for our group. I think what we were, the main idea of what we discussed was the importance of incorporating a lot of different, literacies in it, the auditory, the visual, the tactile, all of that in it for reading. Because kids are going to be stronger in different ones than in the others. And we had a nice mix in our group. And we also talked about the gratitude of teaching earlier grades to help lock in and support where we can before they start getting into the intermediate grades, because at that point, the standards are basically about comprehension, and intermediate grades their standards don't really cause you to focus a lot on the decoding of words. So I think that the main idea for us was, making sure we can support as much as we could. I personally, I don't know if anybody else on this call, but when I was teaching third, I had a lot of, as a teacher, you're like, okay, there's so many needs, in the time that we have, like the choice of what is going to best support them. And I worked with a really nice research-based curriculum, 95%, that really helped elevate my third graders in their closed syllable learning. And decoding multisyllabic words, and it was just beautiful to see on all the levels, every one of the levels. So
thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it, because I'm going to a 95% summit next week. I'm going to be on their closing panel. They're going to have a literacy leaders panel at the end of it. So looking forward to learning more. Thank you, Shireen. And it's funny because both of these lend to, as we start thinking about the brain, I mean, Kelly, as we were talking about the fact that we all do the same thing as we're reading. Oh, that's kind of fuzzy. I apologize on that. I'll have to work on getting a better one. I'll help you with the reading of it. But also with Sherilyn, when you said we have different, we need to make sure we're bringing in the different modalities of visual, auditory, kinesthetic, particularly when we are making those connections between the sounds and the symbols. That's when that really multisensory is crucial, is for that paired associative learning piece. But I wanted just to kind of connect us to the reading brain. This comes from Stanislaw Dehaene and his book, Reading in the Brain. And a couple of pieces that I want to point out is that when we are reading, the brain activation is from back to front. We have our visual input here that starts off, and this is the piece why we have so many reversals, is because we reuse, or I'm trying to think of the word he uses, neural recycling is the parts of our brain for recognizing faces and objects that can look at half of one and assume the other half. But so if I could draw a chair, which I can't do, you can assume the other half, it's a chair regardless of how you turn it. But if this is the letter H, I can't turn it and it becomes.
Are you all seeing that she's frozen? Are you all seeing that? Okay, that's what I'm thinking too. Let me see if I can send her a quick text just to let her know.
Sounds good.
And she might know because she just got disconnected. So I'm going to message her anyway. But yeah, she should be right back. Let's just hang in there for a quick second. All right, everyone. She's asking that we just take a quick break. We're going to do a 15-minute break a little earlier today, come back about 10:05. She said that her internet cut her off and it's reconnecting and rebooting. So we'll see you back at 10:05. You made it.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries. No worries.
As I always say, technology is great until it's not, right?
Right, exactly. Well, now since you were delayed before a little bit, you were saying that clicking was a little slow. Maybe now with rebooting, you might be right on cue. So, hey, everything happens for a reason.
We can only hope. Oh, it's still recording. Let me pause that. Apologies for that technological glitch. I am assured from my other half in the house that when the internet goes out, it goes out for minutes, not hours, like our other servers. So while it may go out more often, it doesn't last as long. So that's one of the reasons why we have co-hosts, right, Diana? Someone has to hold down the fort. Okay. So I'm just you all hopefully had a little bit more time to take a look at this. This is all on the left-hand side of the brain. We do have Sherilyn, who has more experience with brains than I do. Is there anybody who'd like to kind of comment on what you see? One of the reasons why I like to share this is just the complex systems and how much goes in the brain. I do have, I think, a link by Stanislaw Dehaene on our resource guide. Oh, Angela, we'll need to make sure we get to you and everybody else who's new. Our attendance link and resource guide. Diana, could you put all that stuff into the chat box for her? So any comments or thoughts on the complexity of our brain as we're reading, as we see in this image? And believe it or not, this happens within milliseconds or even something smaller than milliseconds. It happens so quickly that all this happens when we read a word. I'll read this because it's fuzzy, and then I'll go ahead, Sherilyn. Learning to read consists in creating an invariant visual representation of the written words, connecting it to brain areas coding for sound and meaning. So notice the meaning and the sounds. Go ahead.
So just to give you a little background, when looking at the brain, all of the cranial nerves that we use for a lot of things come from the back, from the spinal cord back, and go all the way up to the front right behind the eyes. So everything that we're doing here in reading and making meaning is all around that cranial nerve area.
On the left-hand side, isn't it?
Both sides, actually.
That's interesting. This is what I've seen when it comes to the word form area, though, is on the left from what I've read with Dehane, that the language comprehension may include the right, but the word reading pieces, these pieces are on the left. Is that from your experience as well, Shireen? Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. So what does this look like when we're talking about reading, though? This is from Melavine, and it's a lot of, this is reading comprehension requires, look at all these pieces, synthesizing ideas, understanding purpose, seeing that big picture in the structure, constructing meaning from parts. There's a lot that goes into this, isn't it? What's the writer's point of view? How do we pay attention to our reading? Fast, just skimming, understanding the concepts, applying what we know to what we're reading, drawing inferences, context clues, figuring out that main idea. There's a lot that's going on here. And this is where we connect it back to our reading rope, which is an expanded version of that simple view that we were showing earlier. Remember when we talked about language comprehension and word recognition, now we're bringing in that connection to, let's spread these out and add them to those pieces that make up that language comprehension. There's our vocabulary and our language structures. Versus the word recognition that we were talking about, where we focus on figuring out what those words are. Because as we talked about meaning, and we talk about the sounds and the symbol, the most important and strongest way to connect in our brains how to remember a word is to know how it sounds, how it's written, and what it means. So hence, I'm going to use our illustration of cat for what it sounds like, the picture of the cat for the meaning, and then of course the written version, CAT there. And I'm going to let my dog out, sorry. Okay. So this is the strongest way to know a word. And as kids come to school, they have a strong oral vocabulary. We add on the written form to add on their written vocabulary. But this is a piece that I refer to again and again, is knowing words requires that these we call them three prongs of a stool. If you are missing any one of these, you're not going to have the strong memory for the word. And as Linnea Airy says, any word becomes a sight word when its spelling, its letters, is fully connected to its pronunciation and its meaning in memory. So it's bonding all of those. We call this orthographic mapping, but you need that, the understanding, the meaning is what creates that memory. So when we're talking about semantics, I'm going to expand out on that semantics piece and look at some of the multiple pieces that come into play when we're talking about semantics. We're talking about the morphemes of words. We're talking about how those words are built. So remember when I used the word readjust, it's not read just, it's readjust. So that re is a prefix that tells me I'm going to do it again. And even with morphemes of my youngest learners, I can talk about retie and untie and how those are different. When I'm retying it, I'm doing it again, but I'm untying it, I'm taking it apart, or I'm tie, untie, retie, all of those different morphemes, and I'm tying, and I'm going on a vacation, which means I'm vacating the place because I'm vacating here. We're going to leave here, which to vacate is to go away. But I'm going to go on a vacation because I've gone away from somewhere. I'm going to somewhere. Isn't that cool? When I'm talking about semantic categories, I can group things. So if I'm talking about bicycles and cars and motorcycles, these are all modes of transportation. I can put them into a larger group or a category. And when I'm talking about syntactic category, I'm talking about the part of speech. When I'm using even a simple word like bat, I'm talking about an animal, or I'm talking about a baseball, those could be different semantic categories, but I could also bat someone across the head, or I could, I could be batting something back and forth, and you could use it as a verb. So many of our words could be used in multiple ways. So they may have multiple meaning, that's my semantic category, and they may be used in different ways. Think of, for example, rock. I rock back and forth. I go to a rock concert. I hold a rock in my hand, all these different meanings and different uses. So knowing words is really, really complex. And you can know them in many, many ways. And the more ways we know them, the more likely we are going to remember them. So those multiple meanings and multiple connections builds the connections in our brains as well. Two more over here. The connotations is, what does it feel? So if you think about the difference between skinny and thin, you might have a different reaction emotionally to those, or pushy and aggressive. Think about the words that we use in politics and women and versus men. We might be using the same words. If we use the word pushy for a male, it may feel very different than pushy for a female. I mean, I'm seeing some nods, and you think about the connotation is, how does that word feel, and what is my emotional reaction to it? Whereas in the figurative use, oh, we use language so figuratively. And this is, Angela, you mentioned working with multilingual learners. This is where we struggle with multilingual learners, but also some of our kids with autism, some of our kids even with learning disabilities who may be very black and white thinkers, and you tell them it's raining cats and dogs outside, they're going to be very confused, looking out the window. Or you tell him he's got a bee in his bonnet, or he doesn't have a leg to stand on. You might be really confusing your kids. We use a lot of idioms, and we use language figuratively and creatively. But it requires that I understand the background knowledge, the culture, there's so much connection here that in a language that is less context driven, I may assume a lot. And we do a lot of assumptions, and especially in text, we're not going to necessarily write down every single thing. We might use cohesive elements like pronouns that are replacing things. And that needs to be spelled out for some of our kids, those connections. We're going to get a lot more into this, but on our path there, I want to help us recognize, remember when we were talking about that everyone goes through that same journey? This is the journey that I'm referring to. And I'm just going to pull up all of those pieces to help us get to the kids who can benefit from independent reading. So these are the kids, now granted, I'm always working on language comprehension and that semantics knowledge that we were just talking about. But this is the word reading phases that we were talking about. So remember, I think it was Kelly who we were talking about, not Kelly Jo, but Kelly Marsick. All those different kids in your classroom, while you may have different amounts of needs as far as how long they're going to be at each step, or whether or not they even realize they're at those each steps, because they may be going through them so quickly. Hey, Shelly. Some of our kids go through these at different speeds, but they all go through the same steps. So I'm going to give us a pause for a moment to look at these steps. I will illustrate that go through the key here is the eye is what the kid sees. The mouth is what the kid says. And then the brain is the phonological process that they are dealing with. I will say, after going to see Lucy Hart Paulson on Saturday, I asked her what her thoughts were, and she said she would change this one to first sound. And I would love to have time to chat more about why. And maybe during lunch, if anybody wants to chat more about why we're changing this to first sound, we can do that. I'm just going to give you a moment to look at the processes that we go through to become an independent reader who can benefit from and add to your vocabulary through your reading. I'm just going to give you a moment, take a look, call out any thoughts or reflections on that.
Are you able to elaborate on rhyming? Why rhyming is such an important part of beginning early learning readers versus onset, medial, and last?
Yes, so the rhyming is actually earlier on, and that's as we talk about first set, and that's one of the reasons why I had thought this importance of onset and rhyme. because of rhyming. But I agree with the way she explained, and I will get the resources if anyone's interested, the handouts. The way she explained the difference between R-I-M-E and R-H-Y-M-E, and sometimes you have R-I-M-Es. You have words that rhyme, like what you just said, Kimberly, can you talk about rhyming? You have words that rhyme that are spelled very differently. Think of pear and pear and pear, or bear and bear. They rhyme, but they're spelled very differently. So are we paying attention to the onset and rhyme where they're spelled the same, or where they're spelled differently? And so that's where you can have some confusions with onset and rhyme versus rhyming. So teaching rhyming and teaching first sound are two very different things to pay attention to. And rhyming is a precursor because you're paying attention to larger units and you're noticing that regularity, and you're helping paying attention to the fact that if I say, for example, fat and mat and cat all rhyme, I'm paying attention to the fact that part of it's the same and part of it's different. And I'm starting to pay attention to, when I'm doing that, I'm noticing that the only thing that's different in all of those is that first sound. So it's a step to get to the first sound identification and attention. Does that help, Kimberly?
Yeah, it does. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Debbie's added that rhyming helps young children learn those word patterns and recognize. Yes. And the word families is because it's helping create that pattern recognition. All of learning to read is about pattern recognition. Thanks, Diana. And that pattern recognition is so crucial because our brains are wired for patterns, and our language, it's recognizing the statistical regularity of our language. One of the things when we do talk about word reading more than we'll be doing today, that I cannot stress enough, is that the most important thing we teach our kids, and then Sherilyn, I'll pass it to you in a second. The most important thing we teach our kids is that what we see on the page, that the print is a representation of speech. It's what we say. However, that connection between print and speech is imperfect. Remember that the word readjust or readjust, but it's predictable. So that word readjust couldn't be alligator. It couldn't be run just. There are that R has, the R is going to make r, and the EA could be an E or it could be an E. There are so many possibilities, but not unlimited possibilities. There is a limit. And so we want to help our students see the predictability and the limitations, and develop out what's called their set for variability. Help them recognize that the A could be an A, an A, an an ah, like in father, but it couldn't be an I. It couldn't be a y. I mean, there are certain things. So there are things that can and can't be, and that's what we have to help our kids recognize those conditions. Go ahead, Sherilyn.
I just had a quick question regarding the number 2 early alphabetic, the rhyming. So when I go into the middle schools, I see a lot of teachers still really need to, well, it's foundational, the homophones, to support them in the homophones. But how can we in elementary help students be stronger in that, so when they get to middle school, they don't have too many hurdles that they need to overcome with that? Maybe somebody in K through 2, anybody on the call with that, with the homophones, is there like something visual, dictionary type? I don't know.
So what I went to get while you were speaking, and this is a small enough room I can still hear even if I step away, is this resource from Spelllinks, which is Jan Wasowitz, Learning by Design. And when you talk about homophones, why I like to bring this up to illustrate pages and pages of homophones. I mean, this is pretty small text. We have a lot of homophones in our language. And when I talk about sound symbol connections, we go into a lot more on the why on that. But briefly, the most important thing when we're talking about the homophones, how to address those, I'm going to clear that up. Let's clear off all drawings. and go back to it's this one. This is what we're talking about with the homophones, is the essential role of semantics. Because if I have even pair and pair, if I only know PEAR in one of them, it's not such an important problem on semantics here. I know that pair means this little piece of fruit. But if I have a pair of socks, now the connection or orthography is so much more crucial, because I recognize that PAIR is a pair of socks, and PARE is to prune my tree, and PEAR is a fruit. So if I'm reading these, that's easy. This is the easier part. It's when I'm writing them that I really have to then make that connection to the semantics. This is where the role of semantics comes in so importantly, is connecting that sound, the symbol, and the meaning. So if you're right, this comes into play a lot more in the upper grades, upper elementary and middle, because that's when I'm exposed to more varieties of these words. If I only know one or two of these, I don't need to worry about it as much. But the meaning, the role of semantics comes into play so much more when we have homophones than if we have words with only one. See something coming into the chat on that. Jill has added, kids get the tune stuck in their head. Yeah, let's keep exposing them and helping them see. And that's where we get into orthographic mapping and thinking about, for example, sight and sight and sight. If they only know one, it's not a problem. When we add on another, we have to help them see, even though it sounds the same, now we have a different meaning, a different spelling, connecting the connections between meaning and spelling. Okay, so let me see what I have next. This one isn't labeled. Oh, yes. When I was talking about the those phases of word reading, spelling, I'll go back to that for us just to take a look at that again real quickly, how we go through this. Remember I said that we're all going to go through this, and we all go through this regardless of how quickly or how much our needs are, when we'll get stuck. And I frankly worked with middle schoolers too, like you, Sherilyn, who were stuck in 2 or 3. They still were sounding out individual words. You can see this little girl, she's not even saying all of the letters in her word, whereas he's saying them all, but he's having to sound it out every time. So they needed some explicit instruction to move on to that consolidated alphabetic. And it's that explicit instruction that we're paying attention to here when we're looking at this image, which is Nancy Young's ladder of reading, which helps us see the different depth or attention or how much work they need to get from one step to the next that we were looking at a moment ago. I'll put the link to this in the chat box. And Shelley, feel free to jump in anytime. And I have had an issue with technology where I got kicked out already. So you have access to this. If I get kicked out again, you could just keep going, Shelley. Okay, so for those of you who need a little help, I can help turn my head for you. These additions that Nancy added here: linguistic processes, executive functions, psychological aspects, and environmental circumstances. So this is if English is your first language or not, what your background knowledge, all of that varies within person and within group. And it does affect your learning. So this recognition, she was concerned that people, when she had her older version, people were interpreting it as, we just do the same thing for everyone. Versus we still need to differentiate even within groups and across the groups. Purple is that data needs to inform our instruction. That's where we have our differentiated content and processes. But you'll notice that structured literacy supports all of our learners. And now she did just to say structured literacy is likely valuable, and that you have the extended learning and enrichment is likely essential. I still say that through structured literacy, we can address the needs of all of our learners because it is diagnostic and responsive. So you recognize those who need just a little bit versus those who need a lot. Thank you, Shelley, for adding that in. Okay. So we're going to shift back to the semantics pieces. We're talking about language comprehension. Remember the reading rope that we were talking about? Today we're focusing on that upper strand. the background knowledge, vocabulary, language structures. And when we're going to start with the oral language and vocabulary. So this was a piece of a YouTube video, which I don't think I could have in the chat box. So I'm going to grab it for you and put it in, that I found once on what are those pre-reading skills that predict risk. Copy a link address and put that into the chat box for you. And notice some of the things that we've been talking about already today. Phonological awareness, my understanding of the sounds of my language, how those sounds are represented in print, how quickly I can name things I already know. So remember, I think it was Jill, you were talking about the oral language piece. The rapid automatized naming that we test and do as part of our assessments here in Washington is because I need to, this is a predictive factor of whether or not I can connect my phonological memory, my semantics, my understanding of what that word is, reading it to the label and getting it out my mouth really quickly. So that's that naming speed. It's really connected to fluency. And of course, my oral language ability. How we do this is, again, I talk about structured literacy. I'm going to call this comprehensive and structured literacy. And again, stop me anytime if I'm going too quickly, but we have a lot to talk about. So we'll try and go through things a little bit quickly and then give you time to talk about it and break up. We have a pause and reflect coming up. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to put into the chat box these resources for you. Literacy How is a professional learning organization back in, I think, Connecticut. Margie Gillis is fantastic. She will be one of our speakers at the Joyful Literacy Conference. Copy link address, here we go. And what she did is she took the National Reading Panel's Big Five, remember the phonemic awareness, alphabetic principle, fluency, vocabulary, morphology. Shelly, with the breakout rooms are ready, I think I hope we might be able to just kind of adjust them as they go. She put them around oral language at its core, because as you saw in the past, one of the things we've been talking about is oral language is the base on which we add on our written language knowledge. That's really needs to be where we strengthen and support our students. And she changed fluency to syntax because, as we talked about last month when we talked about syntax, it's understanding how the words work together. On the right, we have the International Dyslexia Association's version. And this is looking at, again, remember I said it's diagnostic. This is understanding instruction so that we can make sure that we are getting everything. That's our systematic and cumulative. We are explicit so our students understand what we are teaching them. We are diagnostic, we're finding out what their needs are, and we're paying attention to all of those aspects in the middle. And we started this series talking about sounds back in December, sound symbol correspondences, then syllables, morphology. Last month we talked about syntax, and today we're talking about semantics. If you missed any of these and you want to do these again, I do them again every year. So just watch, once a month we do something from that triangle. Margie Gillis took I took her circle. She created a comprehensive kind of a decision tree. And I took that and have a visual information way of looking at it of how do we drill down that reading comprehension is our goal. I don't have the link here, but I'll show you how to access it. Reading comprehension is our goal. And if they're struggling with that, how is their vocabulary? If they're struggling with that, how is their fluency? If they're struggling with that, how is their decoding? And then I took that and I flipped it because this one on the right is your instruction. We start with our phonemic awareness and we add on, of course, vocabulary should be all along the way. I don't think I added on, but I will get it for us while we're in break. Another slide that shows the simple view of reading where you have that vocabulary all along the way while you're working on our word reading pieces. So before we go into breakouts, to give you some pause and reflect time, I'm going to show you how to access that decision-making tree I was just referring to. So I'm going to go to our explicit literacy instruction guidelines, and I'll put that back in the chat box if you need it. Shelly, do you have this one that you can put back in? You with me, Shelley? Did you leave? There you are. You're gonna. I need you to orally talk because you weren't in my first
I'm like,
one.
where am I? Where's my mute? Sorry. I
Okay,
was
no
on Teams
problem.
in my earlier meeting and mute is in a different place.
No problem.
Yes, I have that. I'll put that link in the chat.
Perfect. So when you access this, you'll see it's the tinyurl.com explicit literacy instruction. And I'll copy. It looks like a few people are on there already. And I'll add on Shelley to us here. These are my co-teachers who are willing to answer questions and supports. This is the series outline, and we're going to just jump into the first one because that's where we have our introduction, is where we have our just diagnostic decision-making tree from Literacy How. I will put, there we go. Thank you, Shelley. I will grab this for you if you want, if you're interested in learning more about that. So where's my copy pit? Here we go. Copy URL, and I'll put that into the chat box for you. Okay, so some things to process, to talk about the role of semantics, what it looks like in reading, and looking at how we drill down and looking at the reading processes. You'll find most everything that we were looking at in here somewhere. In fact, even my little kids version, I mean, this is a lot of stuff in here. And you do have ability to share screen with each other as you're in your breakout rooms talking. We just want to talk about what was new, what was already known, what was reaffirmed. I like to give you a moment to reflect, pause, verbalize, to internalize, and kind of share with each other some thoughts. And when we come back, we will ask some volunteers to share your group's discussion highlights. So I will pause the recording. I'm going to resume recording. All of our groups are closed. So thank you, Peggy, for sharing from your group. Who else would like to share? I hope you talk to each other in your small groups.
Well, I can share for,
Oh,
sorry. Is that Connie? You can go, Connie.
yeah, that's okay. I'll share. We were looking at the flow chart, and we spent some time discussing that, you know, which parts of that are done in the classroom, in small intervention groups within a classroom, and what resources does the teacher need in order to be successful with that? Where does where does LAP, or a reading intervention program, fit in as a 30 minutes a day? You know, by the time you get there and get settled, it's 25 minutes if you're lucky. And then at the bottom, when it says referral to special ed, and you know, like there seems to all have a time stamp on that, like a student has to struggle at this spot for a certain amount of time before we refer to special education. And then when they get into special education, instead of that 30 minutes a day, now we have reading minutes and writing minutes. So now we're getting instruction at their instructional level for 60 minutes a day. And we begin to see these kids really making some progress. So that was kind of the discussion that we had. And I don't know if you have any thoughts along, you know, the 6-week intervention cycle, and then how many times you run through that cycle, and how long do you wait before you can really recognize a problem. So that was
Connie, you've been in classes with me before, right? You know I've got opinions on everything.
Yeah. No, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
In fact, I had a colleague from the OSPI and the special education department reach out with that very same question, asking about how long should an intervention be in place before we do a different intervention. And I know that when I was in New York, there was the requirement that an intervention had to be 6 weeks before making changes. And I told my colleague from OSPI, I said, I'm very uncomfortable with that because of the whole I in IDEA is that individual piece, that individualized. How is the kid progressing? Are they attending every session? I mean, there are other pieces of data rather than just time. And so I think that one of there is, through the RTFI, which is the Reading Tiered Fidelity inventory. Shelley, I'm sure you could grab the RTFI link and put it in. One of the things I appreciate is a shift from time to data points. Do you have enough data points to see whether or not they are progressing toward their goal before we decide whether or not to shift their goal or shift the instruction or shift what we're doing? We need to see data points, and a minimum of 3 data points is really what I've been seeing a lot. And I appreciate and what kinds of data? Observational data, what kind of evidence do we have that this is working or not working? And so I hesitate, Connie, on saying time, but I'd like to say, what are we seeing? And I also, this is one of criticisms I've heard of this, because it's saying, well, maybe not, but also maybe depending on how low, we're going to bring that referral in earlier. And so hence, this is all we can do is a guideline or a decision-making tree of, yes, we can work on these things, but if it's really significantly low, we're not going to wait. And so I think that's what you're saying. How low is, yes, we can continue to keep checking on these needs, but what resources do we have? Can we do this with the gen ed? I think that who was in somebody here was in a very small school district, has many more abilities to be creative as a teacher of maybe 10 or 12 than a teacher of 20 to 30. So the resources are going to differ and the needs are going to differ on every school district. So there aren't clear, easy answers, but there are guidelines we can. When I mentioned that criticism one, there's another one, I don't know if it's in here or not, by AIM Academy, has a really nice one too. And if it's not here, I'll put it in here.
The other thing that we had at my school was with the dyslexia screener, we have students who have taken that notification back to their pediatrician, got a diagnosis of dyslexia, brought that diagnosis to school, which put them on a 504. Because it's a medical diagnosis, I guess, is the way that that's interpreted. And so then, these are 2 third graders that have had to sit with their 504 for an entire year before we move to an IEP, because we need to give the 504 enough time to see if it's working or not. And it's not. The data points are a flat line. So I feel like there's a little bit of danger in that diagnosis of dyslexia, because now we're going to put a 504 in as one more hoop.
Okay, so a few things on this. Number one, you don't need a diagnosis of anything to get a 504 or an IEP. The districts who are telling you you do, they're breaking the law. Sorry. Number two, if they're telling you you have to be on a 504 for a year and to see whether or not this is working, you're again breaking the law. The I in IDEA is individualized, and you say this is a violation of child find, you could get sued. You don't want to get sued. You want to meet the kids' needs when we see them. That's the whole point of moving away from discrepancy model. That's the whole point of having a multi-tiered system of support is you see needs, you meet needs. If you cannot meet those needs, let's do a comprehensive eval and see what the needs are. And we don't need to be sending people away for a diagnosis. We need to be paying attention to their needs when we see them. So Connie, I know that's hard. I know that's hard.
Yeah, and I'm not in a decision-making role, but when you throw the pandemic in there as well, the third graders this year lost 2 years or a year and a half of in-person school. So it's like a really complicated system to try to navigate with our third graders.
So very with you. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring up this reading and learning progression, is that this is typical. This is where we expect. I think it was Sherilyn or somebody mentioned earlier how our reading standards at 5th grade, we no longer see those foundational skills because we assume they've gotten those foundational skills. But as Connie, you mentioned with the pandemic, people are behind. People are in the oral language, and with pandemic, with people not talking to each other as much, we're talking to each other virtually. That oral language, that background knowledge, that listening comprehension, reading comprehension, all of this is going to take a lot more work. It really was. Sherilyn, did you have your hand up too about your group? You might need to just step away. How about one more group before we go? There you are. You back?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you. Is there somebody else who would like to share about your group? Jill, I totally appreciate. Agreed. Special ed may or may not be the answer, but let's work as a team so that we can all collectively find the answer.
And our group just appreciated how learning to read is recognizing patterns. And just, that was a good reminder, especially for as kids get older in the upper grades. There's still other patterns, TION, for example, that they need a lot of practice on.
It's all patterns. And recognizing the TI makes a sh like a CI makes sh, and the SI makes sh, or the C can make ch like in cello. We're recognizing those different language origins and etymology. So much of that comes in. Thank you, Jerry, for sharing that. All right, so let's get into the semantics piece a bit. We're going to jump into what do we mean when we're talking about semantics. It's that, in case we haven't gathered that already from our discussion this morning, it's part of language that's connected with meaning. Notice how I'm saying that the curriculum must include instruction in the comprehension of written language from the very beginning. It's that understanding. We cannot separate out, I'm copying link address and putting it in the chat box for you. We cannot separate out and pull out comprehension from our reading instruction. This is why I've seen so much criticism saying, science of reading is just phonics. Are you crazy? Simple view of reading. We have the phonics pieces for the word reading, but the language comprehension piece is so crucial all along the way. I'm going to jump back to the reading learning progression. All along the way, we need to be focusing on our oral language, our content knowledge development. And yes, I'm going to get that word recognition decoding, and there are going to be pieces that I'm going to have to learn, like when Sherilyn said that, the shun, those other, or maybe it was Jerry, sorry, some of those patterns I'm going to be getting advanced decoding, advanced phonics, understanding syllabification and morphemes and etymology, why there's a W in the word to, all those pieces on the word recognition. But all along the way, I'm also including semantics and my knowledge of how meaning. Meaning is crucial all along the way. So, should jump down to the next one. We're talking about the meanings of individual words, of phrases, clauses, sentences. There are things that we can be looking at word webs and making those connections. We can be analyzing phrases, and we're going to be focusing on that oral language. So we can work on vocabulary. We can look at syntactical conventions. In other words, do I do subject, verb, object? Where can I move around that where phrase? Can it be anywhere? Or does it have to be in the beginning? What things can be moved around without changing the meaning, and which things really change the meaning? For example, if I say sky blue is very different than blue sky. It was a blue sky out there versus that color is sky blue. So where I put that word blue changes the meaning of that phrase. And then, of course, the development of knowledge as we support our content knowledge as well. And the Real Spellers talks about these kind of morphological connections here. Shelley, can I call on you to read the next slide for us? Give my voice a break.
Did
Sure.
you call on me? Okay, perfect. Semantics. So the need to be familiar with the differences between written and spoken language, because written language is almost always more complex. It has different words and constructions, like the passive voice. All these things you don't just hear in conversation. If kids are going to understand that syntax, that vocabulary in their independent reading, they need to get used to it through listening to written text read out loud to them.
Thank you, Kelly, for reading out loud and getting that text read out loud to us. So last month, we talked about syntax and those constructions that we don't hear in conversation. Today, we're going to be talking about the words, but also then how we're connecting them together. For example, using them in phrases and knowledge, and using phrases in reading, and thinking about the passive voice and those different kinds of constructions. So when I'm talking about the levels of semantics, remember, we're going to start with our listening. Then we're going to build in onto the word level. We're going to add on to the sentence level. We're going to get into the comprehension of longer texts. I do have a reference here for us. If anybody's heard of this book, it's a fantastic book for the listening comprehension and this is a phonemic awareness in young children. It's very old, and you say it's a classroom curriculum. It's a brief book that talks a lot about noticing the difference between sounds that are not language, paying attention to sounds that are language, and building onto that listening comprehension piece. So that's a and then attuning kids to the phonemes and the sounds that are in language as a reference there. But then when we go beyond listening, we're going to get into the lexical semantics and the sentential semantics. And Shelley, I'm not going to do the pause right next. We're going to give her a little bit more time first. When we're talking about lexical, we're talking about individual words, the meanings of words and their relationships. This is where I think about my understanding of words is those relationships among them. Remember when I used the word bat, and I used it in so many different ways. Or if we use, for example, the word tree, and I can think of what it looks like. I can think of different kinds of trees. I can think of deciduous versus coniferous. Does it have pine cones? Does it have leaves? I think of all the different ways I know about trees and where I might have these multiple contexts. The trees I saw in California are very different than the trees I see here. And yet those are all still my understanding of tree. I am adding on those different networks and associations, which builds on my lexical understanding of words. And then you see that bullet of how they are known in relation to each other. So this is really crucial on my understanding of individual words. Yes, Rachel, the book recommendation. Shelley, can you grab that? Maybe a link to, it's on one of my shelves. You know which one, on slide 39. Okay, so then we move from individual words to sentences. That's the sentential semantics. So now we're talking about meanings of larger units. And we use coherence markers. So we use pronouns. Remember earlier I said we don't say everything, we don't repeat words. So this is where we think about, for example, sentence combinations, which I think we did last month when we were talking about, for example, the frog is green, the frog jumps, the frog slipped off the lily pad and into the pond. So you can combine those two. The green frog flipped off onto the lily pad when he jumped. So you're adding on, we're connecting things instead of repeating things, which in writing is clearer. When we're reading them, we have to deconstruct what that author has made and said, not only is that frog green, but he also is jumping and he also did. So you have to pull those pieces apart. So that's understanding these phrases and conjunctions. These are all these referential devices that are binding the words together. It can be very, very complex, especially for a second language learner. And our students with learning disabilities who have to break down word by word, let's get them thinking in phrases and go, yes, we need to understand those individual words, but now let's put those words together and see how those work as teams. Okay, we're going to start though with the word level. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk very soon because I want you to talk about this next slide particularly and how we know words. Thanks, Shelley. Okay, so the word level is where we spent a lot of time earlier talking about sound symbol correspondences, phonological awareness, phonological knowledge, and proficiency, because that's how I can read words. But how do we know words? When we see the word written on the page, what we are seeing is so much more than the individual sounds. Look at this perfect example right here in the word no. In fact, I just saw a conversation this morning on a listserv saying, why do we call these KN a silent letter combination versus the PH that you see in phonology? We call that a digraph. Well, these two are making a sound that is not represented by the P or by the P or the H. The F is a completely different sound, whereas the N in no is represented by a K. I mean, sorry, the N. So anyway, going back to it's what we're seeing is more than the sounds, isn't it? If we spelled that word no the way it sounds, we would completely lose its connection to the word knowledge. We have to then recognize that what we are seeing is more than just the sounds. We're seeing that pattern. So Jerry, you mentioned those spelling patterns, that T-I-O-N or the S-I-T-I-C-I. That's the Latin pronunciation. I mean, even if you think about my name with a C-I in it, I was raised with it being pronounced shh, like Alicia. It was Alicia. I got older and said, no, I prefer Alicia. But you notice it's a Latin pronunciation. It's an anglicized version. Other countries may say vacation, versus we say vacation. So it's how do we typically, what is the pattern that we do, that imperfect relationship between speech and print. So we're seeing those spelling patterns and those conventions, the fact that we don't end a word in a V, we put an E after it. Those are conventions that come back from when our language was handwritten. We also see then the etymology. This next piece, when I used the word cello, for example, earlier, that's an Italian word. Spaghetti, that GH in the middle with the 2 T's. We don't need those 2 T's for pronunciation. It's an Italian word. The B in the word doubt. We don't hear it. It's not a phonology piece. It's an etymology piece. It connects it to its Latin roots. So all of these pieces come into how we know a word. And it's very, very complex. And so when we're talking about language, this is the first thing that we have to think about is what do we see when we see words? Then we're going to get into the different kinds of semantics. And rather than me continuing to talk about these, I'm going to get you talk in groups. I'm going to share screen so you can see this next slide in your groups. And I'm going to give you some time to think about what do we mean by denotative meanings versus connotative? How in depth can we go into synonyms and antonyms? What are we talking about by semantic features? How do we think about multiple meanings? And then I'll show you slides, but I wanted you to have some preview and think about what we've talked about so far in the context of what we see here. Or if you prefer, I could just put the previous one up for you to talk about, but we need a pause and reflect for you to talk again. Question of whether or not we need less time. We have pretty good groups. You can come back if you need less time. I'm going to pause the recording. I didn't resume recording, darn it. The airport's just recently classified peanut butter as a fluid because it's not a solid.
I was thinking maybe of that glac or gac. What's that stuff the kids make?
Yes, it's neither exactly solid nor fluid. So I think that these are definitely good conversations, aren't they? I think she also had former and latter as it is either one or the other. But definitely, as we think about antonyms, it's not quite as clear. I mean, there's another category of antonyms that I don't think we even I have addressed here, and that would be, is it on this slide? No, this was just the key. Another aspect of antonyms would be we think of categorical. So, for example, a parent and a child, they're not exactly antonyms, but we do usually refer to them kind of as a categorical difference, or a sports player and a coach, or a student and a teacher. So they go together, but there is a power differential that we often call antonyms, even though they're not. Your former blanket could also be your latter blanket. I like that. All right, let's go back to our word level semantics pieces and see if there's another group who would like to share. Solid fluid. I'd be really curious about that. See, I'm not a scientist person. Well, as I do these, if it sparked something that came up in your discussion, definitely chime in and bring it up. So on the connotation versus denotation, I loved what you said, Shelley, of remembering the D in dictionary is the D in denotation. That's that formal definition describes the theory, quality, action, relationship, denoted by the word, whereas that connotative triggers a network of associations to other ideas. Did anybody else talk about connotations and denotations a little bit more? Connotation as context. What does it mean in this context? And I think that I mean, Charlene, you mentioned, I think it was you who mentioned all the homonyms and homophones that we have. What does this word mean in this context, or this spelling of this word? What does it mean?
Yeah, and that was something we talked about in our group. You know, this is really they're introduced to this vocabulary in 4th grade that I remember, but it's really something I feel as I do my student teaching in 4th grade, and a lot of, you know, that in middle school they could conceptualize a little bit better. But I just found it interesting that at 4th grade they're interested. I guess they just wanted them to hear the words, or, you know, have a brief understanding of the words, but it's really kind of middle schoolish.
It's very complex, isn't it? Teaching reading is rocket science. A little bit more on synonyms and antonyms on this next slide as soon as it advances. Synonyms were what I think Dylan had talked about, existing on a continuum. But I like this question here is, does the substitution of that synonym change the essential meaning? So for example, I think you said sad and despair. It does change that meaning. If I think of tired versus fatigued, does that? Maybe, maybe not. Exhausted, yes. Fatigued? Maybe, maybe not. I have a link to a sight words game about synonyms that I might link here in the notes. I'll add in them for you in the chat. Oh, that reminds me, I did find some of the things that I said I would find while you were in the chat box. I'm sorry, while you were in your breakout rooms. So after we go through these bits, I will share all those with you. Notice that next line though, absolute synonyms don't exist because of connotative and denotative meanings of words. So that's finding two words that are exactly the same don't exist. I would love to challenge that and explore that more, but I think even if you think of, for example, beef and pork, that's not what I meant to say, beef and cow. Perhaps at one point early on, they were absolute synonyms, because when the French invaded, the poor people had cows, and the French, the higher, the aristocracy had bœuf, which is the French word for cow. But then it became that beef is what we ate and cow is the animal. Pork became what we eat and pig is the animal. Perhaps someday those were absolute synonyms, but we use them now in different ways.
Hey, Alicia, I was thinking of an absolute synonym. If you use different languages, for example, we call something a diaper, and in South Africa, they call it a nappy, and it is the exact thing, but I can't think of it in the same language and in the same region happening.
And it may be, well, exactly. I love how you add the region, because there was a great video I once saw in my sociolinguistics class where they talked about, for example, milkshake, or yesterday, Shelley, we were talking about Coke and soda and pop. Those are absolute synonyms. But if you go to some areas of the country, they'll say, what kind of Coke do you want? And they mean what kind of soda, or what kind of pop, or what kind of carbonated beverage. And it's a different word in different areas of the region. So that would be an absolute synonym, but we may not be able to understand each other, because when I went to Michigan and they had instead of having a coffee break, they had a pop break, I didn't know what they meant. So I had to take a moment for that. French fries with chips, pop and soda. Yeah, definitely fun with those. Okay. I did mention the relational opposites, like coach and team, parent to child. Those are not mutually exclusive qualities. They exist in a reciprocal relationship to one another. Okay, denotation and connotation practices that were in the Jamboard that we're doing whole group instead. Let's just kind of pause for a moment on thinking about maybe the gradations or the denotations of these examples of pushy versus aggressive, politician versus statesman, slender versus skinny. What do you think or feel when you hear these terms? How do they differ in their connotation, even though their denotations are quite similar? Jill Henry, I didn't know that. Bubbler. Interesting. Any thoughts on these words and how similar they are denotatively? And yet they have very different connotations, don't they? I heard recently that for introverts, they need 17 seconds of wait time. As teachers, we always hear 10 seconds. Someone said introverts need longer. You can tell I'm not one.
Well, when I think of statesman, I think of an upstanding person who's a good person. And then I think of a politician and I kind of think not that. I kind of think, oh, he or she is a politician. I wonder what he's being slimy or lying about. So there are my connotations for those two.
Well, and I picked those two because I remember Bloom County, if you remember that comic was Opus the penguin and the Bill the cat or something. Or one of the early comments was something about saying a statesman was a dead politician or something like that. What are those classes? Michelle puts that pushy could align with verbal and aggressive could align with physical. They both also could the other way around, I think of too, is an aggressive person verbally. Good question. Okay, I'll leave that on. Other thoughts? One more. Pushy seems unkind. Aggressive feels more like positive. Yeah, that's true. When I think of sports, they're like, be aggressive, be aggressive. You don't say be pushy. All right, so this goes along with what Delin had said on the next one as soon as it clicks. Different kinds of gradations of synonyms. And I've done this same activity when in person, where I would give them cards with these and have them sort them and think about with bright, is warm, glistening, resplendent, radiant, luminous, sparkling, shiny? How are they closer or further away from bright? And think the same thing with synonyms with think, consider, ponder, reflect, muse, mull over, deliberate, or deliberate. So notice how that adjective was deliberate. The verb deliberate, conjugate, contemplate. How are they similar or different from our keyword there? Caroline, thank you. Cylinder sounds more polite, so I think that as well. Which one would be a compliment? I think it was
What's funny to me about some of those think ones is that they seem as if it's a hard choice versus just like considering something seems like you're just sort of thinking about it. But many of those start to get into the I'm trying to weigh my options sort of connotation.
Like to mull over something, to deliberate over it, definitely thinks of more making choices.
Contemplate.
Let me ponder that for a moment. But if I say, let me think about that versus let me ponder on that, that's a really slight difference, isn't it? I'm going to contemplate that. I'll consider it. I'll take it into consideration. Very similar, aren't they? giving wait time. I think it was Sherilyn who talked, or Connie who talked about talking about semantic features as well. That's our next slide as soon as it clicks. Process of identifying meaning elements that words do and do not share. So this would be an example of if you're teaching your kids about these parts or bodies of water. And this one, I sometimes have to go to the key for it. For this one, it came from an example from another book. But where you give them, okay, like a lagoon is surrounded by land on all sides, as is a pond or a lake, but not a bay. A pond, whoops, that's definitely not that one. A pond is usually with fresh water, as is a lake. No tides. A bay is usually not fresh water, and it's usually too deep for some to reach the bottom, perhaps a lagoon as well. Near coastal areas opens directly to the ocean. So ways you can look and see how they are similar and how they're different. I mentioned means of transportation is another way you could do this, or kinds of trees. Another example would be house or home. Both are dwellings for humans, but a house may or may not be familiar or occupied. A home may or may not be a building. So showing how, the relationships among words. Other thoughts, or did you have a conversation about semantic features? I'll clear that off. And the last one was multiple meanings of words. This is a fun example. So if we have someone who wants to read these to us, Peggy, I see you smiling. Where are some of the confusions here?
March planned for next August. I read it and I was thinking March the month, of course. And the lingerie shipment hijacked, thief gives police the slip. That just made me chuckle.
But if you didn't know more than one meaning of slip, if you didn't know more than one meaning of march, the more than one meaning of try in the next one. I did this recently and someone said they were confused on the farmer bill. It's like, well, we're talking about bill like becomes a law, not actually someone who is a farmer named Bill. And we're talking about the House of Representatives versus he's dying in his house. An amusing way to think about multiple meanings. See something else coming into the chat. Yes, think about all the ways that language can be complicated and help them see. These came from headlines, newspaper headlines. They can be really complex, can't they? Shelley, I don't know about that. I appreciate that. Okay. The next piece was about, oh, I know what I was going to do is share those other pieces that I said that I found for us. Okay. I was going to say the next piece is that we're going to be doing is actually after lunch, talking about assumptions about vocabulary instruction, different kinds of contexts, and then we're getting into teaching words. So before we move into that, I'm going to share with you some of those pieces that I looked for while you were in your breakout rooms. And I think we're doing pretty well on time. So a couple of things I wanted to share with you. Number one was I mentioned the cultural view of reading, and actually I can go make this bigger so that you can see it as soon as I click here. And I'll grab the link for this before I do. Oh, I see the problem. I need to get my mouse back. There. This was something I found that I just really appreciate. Love it when technology is going slowly. I hope you can see that okay with it being still so small. I'll make it bigger as soon as I can. Here we go. And I'm putting it into the chat for you. And I just appreciated when I saw this on looking at, remember earlier when I was saying all the ways that culture affects our learning of learning to read. So I loved where it talks about that children being born into a culture which shapes our oral language. And remember how we've talked so much today about how oral language is the foundation for literacy. Look at all the pieces in that first box. Culture determines your background knowledge, your vocabulary, your verbal reasoning style, whether you're more linear or whether you're more circular in your argumentative style or your storytelling style, your relationship to literacy, which dialect you speak of English, whether or not English is your first language. Those all determine which phonemes and sounds you use, whether or not you're paying attention to those sounds, if you're paying attention to larger units of sounds like syllables versus individual sounds, your understanding about language structure, vocabulary, grammar, morphology, and all those then contribute to my literacy skills of decoding standard written English, my language comprehension, that where oftentimes we have mostly white Eurocentric colonial texts. My goal is skilled reading for a literate life. I just think this is really a nice way of looking at culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy. But I also, toward that end, do want to share with you, now that I think about it, another shifting document with this culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy that Massachusetts has, where they really talk about the fact that just having books with representation isn't enough. We need to do more to make sure that all of our students are reading and being challenged and learning to read independently. So I'll put that one in for you as well. I didn't grab that one now. But another one I did grab for you, come on, click, is I mentioned another decision tree like we had Margie Gillis's. And this one, as you can see in the side, Shelley and I were looking at this, is that it breaks down each of these into another broken down piece. But it's very similar to Margie Gillis's in that we say, if this is weak, we should do this. If it's strong, we should do this. Starting with comprehension, fluency, word recognition, decoding of phonics to phonemic awareness. So just another way to look at one of those, and I'll grab that and put that in the chat box for you. And then we have one more thing that I said I would find, which is this teaching phoneme awareness guide for educators. The previous one wasn't through Lexia, sorry, Shelley, but they were now downloading it, but it is free for everyone. So I'm going to put this. You see Lucy Hart Paulson, Shira Naftel, Louisa Motes, and David Kilpatrick also contributed in this as well. So I'll put those in for people to kind of chew on while you're chewing on your lunch. So I will grab all that other one, the 4 shifts, and put it in as you're in your lunch break. But I'm going to, rather than jump into the next topic, the lunch break piece I have, the timer, shows our previous time rather than our new time. It shows an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it, but I'm going to change the time to our, instead of coming back at 1:45, leaving it 11:45 to 12:45, sorry, we will come back at 12:15. So let me just get maybe a drawing here and say, we're actually coming back in, oh, where's my drawing piece? Coming back at 12:15 instead, taking a half-hour lunch. And so I'm going to pause the recording, and you'll get an extra 2 minutes on your lunch. I'm sure you don't mind. I'm going to make this a little bit darker for us. So we will come back at 12:15. And I know that there is one person who can't, but we will record and we'll give a soft start. And I will find that other resource for you as well. Thank you, Shelley. Oh, Shelley, I forgot to give you a chance to introduce yourself when we come back for lunch.
Sounds good.
I'm coming back, and I also record them all. And you'll notice that I put both the recordings of these long 6-hour versions as well as shortened 2-hour versions that I do. I will be doing another one of those series starting May 5th, I believe. I can actually show you how you can get to the flyer of all my classes and where it'll be next year. And you'll get kind of an idea of when they will be at next year as well. If we go to the About Dyslexia webpage on the OSPI website, that's one way. You can also go to PD Enroller and just search under dyslexia. But on the About page, we have the flyer, which has them in chronological order, which I think is easier than PD Enroller because you type it in and everything comes up all higgledy-piggledy. So this link here, and I'll put it into the chat box for you, is my flyer of all the classes. And if you see, there's everyone. And it is coming really slowly. In the meantime, let's see, I already shared that one, but okay, here we go. So on page 2 are the classes, and we are right here in the April 19th version of Semantics and Fluency. But when you see this structured literacy, instead of having 6 hours about each topic, it's 2 hours of about each topic. So it's like the highlights version. And that one, I changed the times every time. So we started with it being later 4 to 6, and then I did in January and February 3:30 to 5:30. Now I'm doing 2 to 4. So I try to offer different times for that. And then, as I said, there's an introduction class in May to dyslexia and teaching students at risk for dyslexia. And then in June, I'm going to have the orthographic and morphological skills class. And then in August, we'll start up another mini series, another one, and usually, I do have, the dyslexia one. Oh, that was a secondary one. I might do that again. We'll have to see. All this, of course, depends on whether or not I continue to get OSPI funding to offer these for free. If I can't get OSPI funding to offer them for free, I will still offer them, maybe not as many, and they will all be on I'll try and keep the price as low as possible, depending on the minimum number of participants. So we'll work on that. But right now they're all for free with free clock hours. Did I put it into the chat box, everyone? Yes, I did. Okay. All right, so let's get us back started. There was one other thing that I pulled up after you all went, and I have actually downloaded this from Massachusetts and uploaded it into Google. So if you want to go to the original, you can, but this has all the links in it as well. This is their 4 shifts in literacy. And the one I was mentioning earlier, I love how they've structured it, is they have 4 different shifts, and then after each one, they have common misconceptions and then what we know that counteracts those misconceptions. And the one I was referring to was under the shift, build comprehension by engaging all students in discussion of complex knowledge, rich text sets. And this is the one I was talking about, the culturally responsive one, not just being from choosing books with diverse characters and authors, that teachers can select or adapt text-based questions based and open up conversations about socio-political awareness. But this is the line that really stands out to me. Is I can see you looking at Peggy, I'll make it bigger. High expectations, individualized feedback and support, and attention to identifying and dismantling inequities in student outcomes are just some of the dimensions of culturally responsive practice that advances equity. So I'll put this in the chat box for you all as well. I think that, again, as we learn and as we know better, we do better. And it's going really slowly. So in the meantime, I'll jump back to where we're going to get into different kinds of contexts. So copy link, and there we go. Jumping into assumptions about vocabulary instruction, because sometimes there's our assumptions that bite us, isn't it? I did click. Let's try clicking again. There we go. Okay, number 1, words are learned from context. Yes, and. So this is another piece that we're going to be really looking at, the different kinds of contexts, those that contribute and those that don't. Number 2, school-age children are successfully adding words to their vocabulary. Again, yes, and. The question is, which school-age children, how were they adding their words to their vocabularies? Are all school-age children successfully adding words to the vocabulary. So those are another piece that we want to look at. And number 3, instruction must focus on learning vocabulary from context because there are just too many words. We're going to address that as well. We're going to start with number 1. Advances. Come on, click again. All right, the words I learned from context piece. Not so easy as it seems. Oral language, yes, supports learning words from context much more than learning words written context. Because of the quote that you saw from Natalie Wexler earlier about the complexity of written context, we have to think about, in oral language, there are other pieces that can support. This is one of the reasons why I'm so thrilled I have, almost 9 of you that I can see right now. Because with oral language, I see the body language, I see the gestures, I hear the tone. And the tone tells me if it's, even just if I said, type in a word for you. There could be so much in this little word expressed through tone. Hi. 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 So much comes in tone that we don't express very well in writing. We have to say, she said, and then some kind of descriptor telling me how she said that. But in oral language, I can use all these other pieces. Now, granted, if there are some other challenges, like somebody with autism may have other challenges reading those other cues, and maybe we need to be taught these other cues of tone and intonation and body language and all those other pieces of information that are coming other than just the words. Can't do that in written text. So we have to look at all of the other words. So let's take a look at them. So I'm going to put up these 4 categories of context found in natural text. And actually, they come up one at a time. I'm going to put them all up. And then we're going to go through some examples. So I'm going to give you a moment to take a look at these. There's one more. There we go. And I want you to highlight some words that work for you to help describe what that kind of text is, whether it's misdirective, non-directive, general, or directive. I'm going to give you a moment to read and highlight either in the chat box or on the screen. See some highlighting. General category. Maybe you know it's a tree, but is it a tropical tree? Is it a mountainous tree? And maybe somebody who hasn't traveled a lot into different kinds of areas would not have an understanding of the lush green of Western New York versus the trees that are found in California. I'll have someone's point. Shelley, she's saying that rather than revealing that meaning, we have some incorrect things. Something's come into chat. So the question, Leah, is, are all contexts directives? I've already given it away that no, there are different kinds of contexts. So let's take a look at some natural text and see which we would call it misdirective, non-directive, general, or directive. So keep those 4 in mind because you will be labeling these different kinds of texts together. I'll give you a moment if you want to write down these labels or take a screenshot. My new magic number is 17. Okay, I think that hopefully means that everyone's had a chance to read that. I'm going to clear all that off. And can I get a volunteer to read this first text for us as soon as it comes up? Should have clicked while you were reading. So let's assume you don't need the,
I can go ahead and read it.
Let's assume you don't know the word gregarious. So don't read it as if you don't know what that means.
Read it as if I don't know what gregarious means.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I have a cough too. It's really annoying. Joe and Stan arrived at the party at 7 o'clock. By 9:30, the evening seemed to drag for Stan, but Joe really seemed to be having a good time at the party. I wish I could be as gregarious as he is, thought Stan.
Thank you, Leah. All right. So is this misdirective, non-directive, general, or directive? Let's talk about which one you think it is and why. You can either put it in the chat, annotate the screen, unmute, and process. Sherilyn, you say general. Why?
Well, as I look at, but Joe really seemed to be having a good time at the party. There's so much involved with that. You know, I know what a good time at the party is, and I wish I could be as gregarious as him. So good time, we don't know. There's not enough information. There should be more. Okay, what is Joe doing? You know, that he's having a good time at the party. So I would look at that word as saying gregarious. Oh, somebody is, you know, just, you know, having fun. Or to me,
it's a positive trait, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can tell it's something positive.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, we have no connection with what he's doing that tells me nothing in there that says he talks a lot, nothing until that he's willing to go up to anybody and speak. It's just definitely, you're right. This is a general context. Somebody else has added something in the chat. Peg is as well. He's having a good time. I want to be like him, but no specifics to tell me what that means, how I would be like him. Because if I didn't know the word gregarious, not helpful at all, is it? All right, let's take a look at the next one. Another volunteer as soon as this one comes up. Again, pretend you don't know the word lumbering in this case. Oh, you can read it. Go ahead, Becky.
Dan heard the door open and wondered who had arrived. He couldn't make out the voices. Then he recognized the lumbering footsteps on the stairs and knew it was Aunt Grace.
So, thinking about those different kinds, what do you think it was? Angela says misleading. Actually, Angela, I have one that's more misleading than this one.
Well, if the student knows the general meaning of lumber, I mean the literal meaning, that's how I feel like it could mislead them, because then they're going to be thinking about wood, not clumsiness.
But maybe if they knew lumber, they could think of it as boom, 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 like lumber's big and heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
But if they didn't know lumbering, Aunt Grace, could they be light footsteps, graceful footsteps, powerful? I mean, we know nothing about her footsteps and how from that word, unless we know lumber, as you said, or lumbering. Not helpful at all, is it? So I think this one is the misdirective. Let's take a look at this one and see if we agree. Do I volunteer to read that?
I can do that one.
Okay, remember, you don't know that word.
Sandra had won the dance contest, and the audience's cheers brought her to the stage for an encore. Every step she takes is so perfect and graceful, Jenny said grudgingly as she watched Sandra dance.
So do you agree that it's misdirective, Kelly?
I'm looking at specific until you identified grudgingly. So I guess what is the definition, not knowing what the definition of grudgingly is, it's one person's interpretation. So misdirected would be a good choice.
The reason why I'd say misdirected on this is that all the rest of the words make me think that Ginny is admiring Sandra. But if she's saying it grudgingly, sounds like she's reluctant. She is maybe jealous, or she's got some ill feelings. So, she's not admiring Sandra with that word grudgingly. So it's everything else makes me think that she's feeling positive, but grudgingly is not a positive word, is it?
So one thing, the student, if they were very strong in their suffixes, that ly, they know that that's an adverb. So they know that Jenny said what she said in this way. Okay, so there's a way she's saying it, but the rest of the context, the rest of the text is talking about what Sandra's doing, Sandra's actions.
The context leads you to positive, like the one you were doing earlier, right?
Yeah.
But reality is grudgingly is actually negative. Sarcastic Jill's got So look at how these different kinds of contexts can be either helpful or not at all. All right, let's look at this one, which obviously our last one would be the directive. And let's identify what clues help us see and understand the word commotion. I'll take another volunteer if anyone wants to read it. You okay, Kelly Jo? Sneezing. Shelley, you'll read this for us, won't you?
Just want to clarify, you said Shelley and not Kelly.
That's the phonology that I need to be careful of. Yes. And actually, Shelley, well, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the group, and because I think it's useful for people to know why I've chosen my co-host. Diana's my support person. She supports me whenever I don't have someone like you to join.
Oh, well, thank you. I am part of our state dyslexia advisory council with Alicia. And I've been on that council for 5 years, and my background is actually secondary. And so Alicia has taught me so many things, and being a part of the council has taught me so much, that I have become more of an expert in these foundational skills than I ever got from any college classes or teacher prep courses. So Alicia asked me to be here in support. So you want me to read this one now?
Yes, please. And I'm underlining the words that Sherilyn put in for us.
Okay, good. Directive. When the cat pounced on the dog, he leapt up, yelping, and knocked down a shelf of books. The animals ran past Wendy, tripping her. She cried out and fell to the floor. As the noise and confusion mounted, Mother hollered upstairs, "What's all that commotion?"
Thanks, Shelley. So we see lots of things going on, don't we? The pouncing, the leaping, the yelping, the knocking down, the running. I would add the tripping, the falling. Lots of noise and confusion. Where's the falling? And fell here. Everything's coming to a crescendo. So lots of things are contributing to a commotion that lots of going on here. Noise, thank you. We missed that one. And confusion. So there's a lot going on here to help you understand that a commotion is all this stuff happening. Lots of stuff that's giving you a commotion. I'm trying to think of a good synonym for commotion. I'm not coming up with one, but this helps me feel what commotion means more than those other contexts. So I'm going to give you a moment just to think about, and just to pause for a moment, and I'll put back up the kinds of contexts. And just kind of the question I have for you is this concept new? Does it make sense? I think I have all of them up here again. Is it something that it's a different way of putting it and thinking about context? just going to give you a reflection moment. And we'll go into, I want to give people time. We'll do a little bit more before going into breakouts though. But I'll give you time to put in the chat box or to yes, Cheryl and Chaos. To put into words, process for your thoughts. Do we now understand why it's a myth or a yes and? It could be true that students learn words in context, but it also might be true that they need our support. All right. Feel free to jump in anytime. So now let's go down to assumption number 2. And that was that school-age children are successfully learning words already. I kind of implied this when I said, which children? The reality is that these averages don't represent all children when we say children are learning these words. They're not necessarily considered those we consider to be quote unquote at risk or struggling, or that lower tiers, not my words, multilingual learners. They may have different background knowledge, different experiences that lead to different funds of knowledge. Not to mention that students who struggle to simply decode and will therefore spend more brain power deciphering that written text rather than being able to access the words automatically, and so they can access their higher order thinking, such as determining the meaning of unknown words using the context. Thank you, CG, for your contribution. Is that, or GC, is that Gina? Sure. Oh, yes, I remember seeing your full name earlier. I think it was Gina, right? All right, let's look at the third assumption. Jerry, thank you. I'll write it down some minutes. I really did click. It's coming. Okay, I'm going to hopefully put the whole thing up. Okay. Instruction must focus on learning vocabulary from context because there are just too many words. I think by now most everyone's heard of the 3 tiers by Becca McGowan, but we'll go over a few of them because I think that, one of my colleagues recently had some good illustrations to go with these that I forgot about until now, but I can go and pull them while you're going into your conversation. But if you haven't heard of these, I think it's useful to think about not only what words and what kinds of words, we're going to go into a little bit of the details on them, but also the word origins. So when we talked about morphology last time, understanding the origins of these words helps bring them to life just a little bit. So I pulled them all up. And let's look at number 1 first, those tier 1. Those are those commonplace words that students typically learn from interacting with other people or from their reading, especially your early learners. These are old Anglo-Saxon words, usually very easy to understand for kids. These are words that are what we call the hearth words: mother, father, brother. We don't have to explain what these mean to kids for whom English is their first language. However, those are really tricky to spell and read. So if you think of laugh and laughter and daughter, it's comb and dumb and all those silent letters. Those are all our old English Anglo-Saxon words. Those are what we call tier 1 words. I don't have to explain the meaning to it. I might have to spend a lot of time with you on the reading and spelling, but not the meaning. So this is for understanding, not for reading and spelling. The tier 2 ones, these are your Latin based. These are words that change their meaning based on the discipline in which they're used. So they're very high frequency. Students encounter them often in their reading. And when they encounter a meaning of the word they aren't familiar with, they can get confused. Students typically can define these words with easier words. So for example, coincide, to go together with, or divide is another example here. And you think about, for example, the division in math, or division of labor in social studies, or division of cells in science. So you notice that these tier words, tier 2 words, are used in many different contexts. I'll put here divide, maybe. And let me type. Divide's another good one. I mean, this, you notice all these, even subtract. If you think that at the base word tract, think about a tractor and traction, and all these different connections, report and import and sphere, inspiration, respiration, expiration, all of these Latin and Greek higher level words that might happen in multiple contexts. And hence these are the ones that you want to focus on teaching, are these tier 2, because these ones, they occur in multiple contexts. They might need help understanding that divide in math is very different from divide in, well, it's related to, but division of labor or division in cells. So these are the ones that are going to give you your biggest bang for the buck, because these tier 3 ones, again, very often Latin or Greek, they're very specific to one content area or discipline. They often occur infrequent. They can be a barrier to understanding content, but you can define it in context and say, you know what, in a peninsula is like an island, it's attached by land. We need to know it here when we're talking about maps, or we need to know it here when we're talking about, you probably don't need it in every subject area. Students typically don't know these words, and they have a hard time defining and using them. So these ones, an isotope, I don't even know what an isotope is. And frankly, even though my husband does woodworking, I get lathe incorrect. I thought I was buying him a lathe, and I was getting him something completely different. So these are words that are very specific to the topic that you're talking about. You define it in context, and that's when you need to know it. And otherwise, I'd have him define it if he needed me to buy him one, and then I'd probably forget it because I don't use it all the time. It's these tier 2 words that we think about using all the time. So that contributes to our decisions of which words do I teach. So let me clear that off as we think about some recommendations, again, from Louisa Moats. And I see people writing, so I'm going to give you breakout time soon. Shelley, let's remake the breakout room while I'm talking a little bit, so give people new people to talk to. Okay, so these are some recommendations from Louisa Moats and Anita Archer when we think about when we're trying to decide which words to teach, because you can't teach them all. There are thousands and thousands, and you can see some of them are more important than others. How generally useful is it? How does it relate to other words or ideas that they know or they've been learning? And what does it contribute to their understanding of this text or this situation? So big thing, 3 big things to keep in mind. And when I say that contribute, that's what does this word bring to it? Is that can I skip it and still understand the words? So when people talk to me and they say, oh, he knows 95% of the words, he understands 95% of the words in the passage. Is that good enough for understanding the passage? And my response is, that depends on which 95%. Because if those words are crucial to understanding what this is about, and he's missing those, then we better teach those. So it depends on which 95%. So this is one of the things that I think we need to be careful when we just look at, in general, how many words they don't know. It's which words don't they know. Here's another couple of bits from them. This comes from Nancy Hennessy, and I'll pull up her book, which is fantastic. I think it's this one. Yep. Shelley, maybe you can get a link for people who are interested in this. I'm thinking of doing a book study on this next year because it's dense and there's so much in here. This is Nancy Hennessy's Reading Comprehension Blueprint. And I like how she's broken into these as we choose word to teach, we think about how useful is it or how important? What does it contribute to my understanding? And does it help me grow and generate new word learning opportunities? So look at this. I'm going to actually give you, instead of read all of these, this would be a great place and time for us to do our breakout to talk about different kinds of contexts, reading, understanding, and learning words through context, as well as choosing words to teach. So I'm moving things around, Shelley. We're going to break out here and I'm going to share this screen as people are in their breakout. But if you want to share something else, you're welcome to do that as well. I'm going to pause our recording here. Perfect. Everyone's back. Peggy, you look chilly. I think it is a bit still. It's been in the 30s lately, hasn't it? Crazy. All right. So let's hear about some of your conversations. What did we talk about when it came to context or choosing words? Or both, or something completely that you were inspired to go in another direction, like you heard that we had a conversation about dyslexia in here. I told Shelley I wanted to go into some of your rooms, but if I'm sharing screen with you, I won't be sharing anymore if I go into a room. Somebody like to start? A volunteer from your group?
Okay, I'll jump in. So we talked about how to increase vocabulary beyond the curriculum. Text like the book you're doing, like that list they give you, just how to get more to them in that literacy time block that you have throughout the day. And fellow teachers in my group had some beautiful ideas, real nice, creating own dictionaries, using the cafe model. I've heard of that, the cafe model too. But the dictionaries, ooh wee, that was really nice idea. And really making it personal. And it's something that they will, they could carry with them, even beyond into middle school and add on words as they go on, and they don't have to start from scratch,
Thank you, Charlene. You reminded me of a video that I'll go grab the next time we have a break. That I'm doing a book study on another book, which is I think in this file somewhere. It's okay, here it is. Structured literacy interventions, teaching students with reading difficulties in grades K through 6. And when we did the chapter on vocabulary, there was a video that one of my colleagues shared that I'll go grab, that it was about using vocabulary throughout the day and raising kids' levels by using higher level words that they don't know, but talking about them and using what we would call in the ESL world circumlocution to help them understand the word by talking around it and supporting it. And so using it in our oral vocabulary as a place to start. So I appreciate that. Shelley, did you get that one to write down that one for Structured Literacy Interventions, edited by Louise Spear-Swirling. She's also going to be one of our speakers at the Joyful Literacy Summit. Thank you. Thanks, Sherilyn. How about another group? Yes.
Alicia, can you hold that one up again? There's like a glare. I didn't quite get it.
I think type it. Such structured literacy interventions.
I started typing it. And who's the author?
Louise Spear-Swirling. There you go. She was one of the,
I was trying to catch that one.
Louise Spear-Swirling was one of the editors, or she was on not the main national reading panel. That was Louisa Moats was on that. Louise Spear-Swirling headed the early childhood version of that, the National Reading Panel report. How about another group? Rachel, I've mentioned the online summit, yes, a few times. I can grab for you the link to, I can just pull it up. As long as my things aren't going too slowly, which yeah. Shelley, do you have the link to the summit?
Not on hand, but I can find it easily. I know where to get it, and I'll put it in the chat. You can keep talking.
I know that we are, that's not it. Here it is. We are nearing capacity. So if you want to attend, definitely you want to jump in quickly. You'll see Louisa Moats. I've mentioned Elsa today. Tracy's absolutely wonderful. Linnea Airy I've mentioned today. Julie Washington is wonderful. Sonia Cabell, Dr. Hugh Katz, there's Louise right there, the one I was just mentioning. Chase Young, Emily Slary, Ann Cunningham, Margie Gillis, I mentioned her today, and Dejanay Clark Jackson. Oh, and Joan Sedita, who wrote the writing room. So yes, did you get the link for that and put that in? Thank you. Okay. Any other thing else from your discussion before we go on? We keep lots coming at you, don't we? I hope you had a good discussion. All right. Oh, interesting. Jill, do you mind if I share? It's always useful having SLPs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Jill shared how in the SLP world, they consider circumlocution a negative function where speakers talk around a word concept. I can see that instead of using the exact words. People with word finding difficulties use circumlocution to mask their difficulty. So again, contextual differences. So for a student with that issue of circumlocution, instead of using the direct word, versus circumlocution in ESL world, we talk around it because we don't know that word or to help you support understanding that word. Circum meaning around and locution having to do with speaking. I always love having SLPs on board. Okay, let's get into some dictionary definitions and how they can be supported. And again, anything from your discussions or anything you want to bring in, please do at any point in time. So often dictionaries weakly differentiate the different nuances of meaning, and it won't tell you in what context. Like in this context, it might mean this, but in this context, it might mean that. So there's no connotation. And if it does, it's really written in vague language, and it definitely needs more interpretation and support. So because of the multiple pieces of information. So I'm going to show you some examples that I got from a colleague, and I just think that these are a lot of fun to think about. So we want to help make sure that when we do a student-friendly definition, it characterizes the word and how it's typically used, and it's explaining meaning in everyday use, as well as then using it in a sentence. So let me get into some examples. So first one is the word ally. Dictionary says it's one associated with another. Well, that might give you into a weird thing where your kid says, you know, I might refer to his friends as allies. So this is, in other words, here might be more helpful. Someone who helps you in what you are trying to do, especially when there are other people who are against you. Notice how this gives you a bit some more. I taught this with a colleague of mine from City U, and she says, teachers have a superpower. They can come up with an example sentence in under 10 seconds. So I'll let you try it with the next one, but I have one that she shared here. Fardosa is my ally, especially during recess when we play Foursquare. All right, so next word. The word is covert. Dictionary definition, kept from sight, secret, or hidden. So your kids might say, we had a covert. My friend shared with me a covert. They might look at hone in on this word secret. We have a better one. Here's Bethany's version. Describes something that is done or in a hidden or secret way. Again, helping the kids recognize this is, it is an adjective, a covert operation, a covert, let's hear her example. Or I had to be covert, then describing me when I passed the note to my friend in class. I had to be sneaky. I had to be doing it in a simple way. There was the original one I told my friend to cover. Got the animations wrong on that one. All right, let's try another one. Kid might say, I found the cover at Easter basket. I love it. Yeah, it was hidden. All right, here's the next one, disrupt. Dictionary definition, to break up or split. Kid might say, we disrupted the candy bar so we could eat it. You broke it up, you split it. Someone want to help and give him a better one? What else could we say instead? To interrupt. Again, we have that rupt. What does rupt mean? Rupture, disrupt, interrupt, corrupt. How about to cause difficulties that stop something from continuing easily or peacefully? So if you disrupt a conversation, you disrupt the class. We use that one all the time, don't we? Don't disrupt class. I disrupted my science class when I broke the glass beaker. That was the original one that the kids said. We disrupted the candy bar. So these are different ways that we can help with those different dictionary meanings. But another thing as we're teaching about vocabulary is we want to find out, what do the kids already know? And so these you may have seen as far as stages of knowledge. I don't know why I have that on there. Like number 1, never saw it before. Number 2, heard it, but I don't know what it means. Number 3, recognize it in context, or like it has something to do with, or know it well. And I actually use these with when I'm doing it, even a training sometimes in person. I'll bring yellow, red, and green dots. And I'll ask people to put a green dot on something that you know well. So they'll just put, like, just does like as a pre-assessment piece here. I'm trying to, whoops, I don't know what happened there. Let's go back. Sorry. Don't know where that came from. So try to get it in green here. There we go. It's not working. Technology. Try this again. Draw a square. Here we go. So I'll ask you to put a square around things you know well, and put a green around what you know well. I'll ask for a yellow for something that maybe you've got some idea about it, but don't ask me to explain it. And then I'll ask you to put a red over. Nope, no clue. That's completely new to me. And I can then, if I put these on the tables and you do these stickies like little red dots, I can glance around the room and I can see which table, which has more reds or more yellows or more greens. And then this becomes a table instead of an individual. So it's kind of putting a group process to it, adding some anonymity to that to help my kids understand. But they also should have it for their own as you think about vocabulary, and I can give you some examples of what that looks like as well. Read naturally does that. Good to know, Jill. Thank you. Love it. Let's not just a definition, an example. Let's also have an illustration, Peggy. Help them draw it and get into their right side of their brain and their creativity, because that's going to help them make more connections about it. Okay, let me clear all that off. Okay, so when we're teaching word meaning, and when my computer catches up with me. Oh, and this is still same little image because I thought that was cute, but I think. So some tips from Louisa Moats. 1, choose the words that are central to the topic. Teach the words in relation to other known words. Use linguistic and situational context. So in this situation, for example, when we had the word pair, in this situation, I'm going to use the P-A-R-E because I'm talking about trimming something. I'm going to pare it down. I might pare the tree, I might pare down a conversation, and we're going to pare it down to just what we need. We're making an analogy to tree trimming when I'm talking about writing. I'm going to say you've got way too many extraneous details, let's pare it down. Making that connection. In this case, I'm talking about words versus limbs on a tree. Those multiple meanings we talked about a lot. And then the figurative language is really key. The reference we're going to get into in a bit too when we're talking about when I've used pronouns especially, or if you're talking, words that we get substitute, if I said some believe, that's going to be really crucial. Graphic organizers really support here, word families, word classifications. And here's an example of the figurative language. I feel really blue today. That might be confusing for some of our kids. So when I'm talking about instruction, and we're looking at, where's our next break? 1:45. Good, we have time. Good. Our goals from instruction, this again comes from Nancy Hennessy, is recognizing deeply knowing a word by their form, its sound, its spelling, its morphemes, by our superordinate categories and our subordinate categories. So going back to the example we used earlier of tree, there are lots of subordinate categories, right? There are kinds of trees, deciduous and coniferous, and I look out my windows, I see all kinds of trees. But it's also, tree is itself a subordinate category too. It's under plant life. And so you can see, where does this fit? What other kinds of connections can we make with that? And let's always see, what is it, these examples in context, to help them see the different kinds of contexts that we'll be using. So we've talked about antonyms and synonyms, and these, I just like this kind of image of remembering of how we can, these are our goals for our instruction. We do have a routine from, if anybody's seen this, from Anita Archer that we're going to share. That also comes from Louisa Moats. You'll see very similar ones. And then we're going to get to watch a video. So this comes from Louisa Moats. Very similar, like, okay, let's start with that understandable definition. Always make sure we're including, I think someone said in there, synonyms, categories, distinguishing features, what makes it stand out from other things that are similar to it. Lots of examples of how the word is used. Let's ask yes or no questions so that it can get the kids practicing. Lots of opportunity to practice with feedback and opportunities to respond. And then ask students to make sentence with the word, and then revisit it in different contexts, orally and in text. So I'm going to make sure that I'm sharing screen with sound, because we're going to get to watch Anita Archer illustrating this. And I'm going to also pause our recording, and we'll just put video.
I can share. One of the things that we talked about in my group was how when teachers do it seemed like this teacher was doing the I do, we do, you do model, where she was explaining different terms and concepts to students, then having them share with her as a classroom when they were all repeating back what they had heard. And that's a really nice strategy to use in the classroom, because it takes pressure off an individual student sharing on their own. As we know, like, a lot of our students have a hard time sharing in front of others, especially considering the last couple of years. And it also engages the class in the learning as well, because when you're having students repeat back to you, you're kind of checking to see, like, are they understanding? Are they engaged? And just simply by getting them to repeat and talk is a really helpful method to ensure that student engagement.
Thank you, Kelly. What district are you with?
I'm with the Mount Vernon School District.
Mount Vernon, thank you. And Anita Archer is the queen of the I do, we do, you do. She's so amazing to see in person. She's got so much energy. I've had the chance to see her a couple of times, and so kind and gracious. I definitely recommend trying to get to see her while she's still presenting, because she's shrinking. She definitely does not look anymore like she did in that video. How about another group?
I guess I can share, but we liked how she used multiple examples of what the meaning of each word, and related the examples to, like, students' real life experiences that they could experience. And we like how she segmented the word into parts.
So a preview piece that from hers that Louisa doesn't have is the pronunciation support.
Yeah.
And I'll add in from Kelly the explicit aspects of I do, we do, you do. Another group. What else did we see?
Well, she really seemed to know her stuff, and she was able to keep going. And I would need to have notes to kind of make sure I had everything down. And we talked about how she had positive and negative examples, and the kids turned to their partner and gave examples that way. So we really liked her style.
I love put your thumbs up, the think time that she gave. Put your thumbs up when you've got a response. Turn to your partner and say your response. Trying to get everyone engaged. I appreciate that. I definitely heard number 7, her asking them to make a sentence with a word. But one thing that she did supporting this group was she gave sentence stems. to give them a prompt so that they aren't just coming up with this off the top of their head. Anything else anyone would like to add?
I had mentioned in the group that she used the thumbs up, so the hands going up tend to discourage your slow processors, and so kind of gives those kids some extra time to continue thinking without seeing the hands going up and then just stopping their own thought process.
Thank you, Kelly Jo. I was also thinking, notice how she modeled that. And then she's, oh, I've got an idea. But you knew she had that already. A lot in that little 7-minute lesson, wasn't there? I'll clear all that off. Did anybody have a chance to talk about some of the resources that I put in from Reading Rockets, or did we go too quickly past those? I actually did click. Let's try that again. Now I'll probably click too many times. Oh, computers. Yep, I did go too far.
Hey, Michelle? Oh, hi, Michelle.
Riddle, that is, oh, I don't write down. I'm trying to remember what your name is.
Angela.
Did you have
Am I-
something you want?
No, my co-office mate just got a call. Sorry, I didn't mute in time.
No worries.
Yeah, I don't think we got to the the second slide, the Reading Rockets, unless, are you talking about, we tried to come up with some other strategies that we used for, or we shared some other strategies. Shailene shared that she used the GLAD strategy. For the guided language acquisition design, and then our session ended before I got to share that I like to use the Freyer model. It's like a graphic organizer that you put the word in the middle, and you can put an example, a yes or no question, and you can put the word in your own language, your home language. You can put it in, you can draw a picture. So you put your word in the middle, and then you, that's called the Freyer model, I think. But so we had just talked about a couple other ways to talk about word meanings.
Can somewhat, I could explain what I know of the GLAD, but I've never been GLAD trained. So maybe, was that, who was it, Shailene? Sherilyn, I'm not seeing her picture here, so I have to see how that's spelled. Oh, there it is, Sherilyn.
Right
I got
here.
it.
Yes. So, so what they found was the GLAD strategy, which is the guided language acquisition design. It was originally started for multi-language learners, but they found that it really is beautiful across all subject domains and for all learners, and it incorporates, so many things. It incorporates the writing vocabulary. You can use pictures to help make meaning that way, but there are different strategies. So I was thinking of I believe it's called the process grid, where you have columns. You could take this huge piece of like bulletin board paper and just put it up, on a wall in your room, and for a unit that you're working on, you could do a column for the vocabulary word. And I was thinking of, with the lady in the video, beautiful how she kept saying the word, but this will incorporate more movement with the students and more engagement with them actually going up and using their own thinking, where the teacher will put the vocabulary word, and you could go over like she did with the syllables and how it's said, and then give them a definition, and then the different, sorry, you hear my dog. The definition would be in another color. And then the sentence, you could put in a sentence and another column in a different color. So the student will come up and put what them writing out what they know the definition is in their own words. And then they can give a marker or have their classmate pick their classmate to come up and put it in a sentence in a different marker. And so you're seeing they're seeing their own writing on it. And then another classmate can come up and do a quick picture of, and it doesn't have to be pristine, we're not all artists, but just what they in their head, what they're thinking it is. And then you can move on to the next vocabulary word. Just kind of getting them a little bit more moving around, because some kids have a hard time sitting still for some things. And I've used it for different things too, but you can use it for domain specific vocab, like for science. And that's a great way. It's a really nice program. And there's so many strategies, but you can pick the ones you like. And you can draw arrows to things and, but it's nice. I've used it before. It's nice.
Thanks, Sherilyn. And we've got a few people have added in on the chat box as well. When I mentioned you were talking about doing a drawing. This is one that I've used in the past, is vocabulary squares, and I've seen them both from Marzano, and I've seen them from I think Kate Kinsella use those as well, where you're sharing. You see here the word. Now the rating would be how well do you know that word, like we showed earlier. Let me make this. Is it big enough for you all to see that? Or should I need to make it? I'll make it one more bigger. Maybe 125. And so you can see, this I used at high school level, but synonyms, explanations, images, you can alter this for your younger learnings, alternate forms of the word or examples of the word. And that 1, 2, 3, 4, here's our key. Never saw it. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it means. I recognize it in context as having something to do with, or I know it well, and you can use it appropriately in sentence. Here's an example with it that I did when I was teaching many moons ago. But with high school kids, I used the word lexicon, and I would have them do this on their own or do this with partners, create their own. And so you can see here's the word lexicon with synonyms, our vocabulary or dictionary, an explanation. These are all the words in a language or the special words or phrases of a hobby, profession, or interest group. There's an image, is like, so skiing has its own lexicon, or the medical profession has its own lexicon. Or one example of a word commonly found in a skier's lexicon is blah, blah, blah. So you can see an example of how you can break that out as well. And then, of course, I've got a 6-step vocabulary lesson, 3 types of writing. I can add this whole folder in if you're interested. However, I will warn you that this is not ADA compliant, so please don't share these with them expecting to be read by an e-reader. So I can put the link into this for you. I see a couple things in the chat. Shelley, can you pull those up while I get this?
Yeah, it was, there was just some conversation about GLAD and what it is and how it can benefit all students. I mean, it's kind of like a lot of the things we talk about with dyslexia and multisensory strategies help more students than the small population, so it's just talking about how it's multisensory and some other benefits, and kind of like what you have with that example you showed, right? Even having an image that goes with it helps students think of it in a different way. I used to do something similar to those on little cards, and then as a teacher, when they handed them to me, I could do a quick sort by the numbers that were in the corner, of how well they know it, and have an idea of how much I need to dig into it, or if they had a pretty good handle on it, so there's different things you can do with those strategies as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. This is another way that people look at vocabulary, and this is through word investigations. This is another approach that I would be remiss not sharing, because I think there's a lot of value behind this. The one concern I do have is when with too young of students, which I've seen this beautifully done in first grade, but I also want to make sure that at the same time we're strongly getting enough sound symbol correspondence knowledge and building that Because if you'll notice, they're looking at sounds last in this approach. They look at meaning first, then looking at morphemes of how is it built? What are the bases and affixes, suffixes, and prefixes? Then they look at related words. So there are, you can see morphologically or etymologically using Word Searcher or Etym Online. Those are two of my favorite resources. And then what are the sounds? So one last thing before we go into our break, we are running a little over, and that is talking about self-teaching strategies. I know that everything we've been talking about has been explicit instruction, but as we know that there are so many words that kids also need to know how to teach themselves new words. So we can help them understand what kinds of contexts are supportive or not supportive. We can help them use dictionaries and glossaries or other resources to support and help them once they learn these strategies. We show them the dictionary definition, we give them our more student-friendly, but we give them supports in this. We help them see when there are compound words, when there are prefixes, suffixes, help them see connections, because helping them gain those thinking about thinking will be really useful for them as well. So on that note, we're going to have our pause. Thank you, Shelley, for putting Etym Online is my favorite site for exploring that some more. So this is going to be our breakout time. We are running 2 minutes over. So instead of coming back at 2 o'clock, we will come back at 2:05. So I'm just going to put I think I have a pause and reflect. I don't think I have a break thing, but I'm gonna look and see. I do. Next one will be a stretch break. I'll put our time for returning at the top, and I'll pause our recording. So, no problems on that. And it will take a couple weeks for the attendance to get put into the system. And then you'll get, you should get an email seeing if you want clock hours. And clock hours are free through OSPI, but they need to get the attendance into the system first. All right, so we're going to get into sentential and textual semantics. And toward that end, I have a kind of a warm-up. This is a simulation I do when I do simulations for kids with dyslexia or other word reading issues. So I'm going to start with this, where I'm going to ask you to please be honest. My apologies on why some are bolded and the others aren't. I don't know what happened there. When I take it from other decks and I transfer, it doesn't always transfer well. But I want you to take a read through these, and I'll read them quietly to myself to give you enough time to read them. And please be honest about whether or not there are any words you don't know in this list. Give you another moment. Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, nor am I seeing any of these marked on the screen. So my assumption is you understand all these words. And therefore, because we teach vocabulary, thank you, Leah. Variation would mean if it's like diversity. So if there is a variation in the, if I have a variable group, I have a group with diversity. If it varies, it's not always the same. So the variation is the process of not being the same. So, but nonetheless, okay, that's one out of these. So we can assume about 95% of the text you understand the words for. And since we usually teach, remember I said earlier, which 95% is key, you're all telling me you understand 100% of these words. So then the assumption becomes, if I give you a passage that uses these words and only these words, you'll be able to read it and answer questions, right? Well, as soon as the screen shifts, we'll give that a try. I'll even give you auditory support. If the known relation between the variables consists of a table of corresponding values, the graph consists only of the corresponding set of isolated points. If the variables are known to vary continuously, one often draws a curve to show the variation. Who wants to take a test on that?
Not me.
Anyone? I sometimes will get one, depending on your background. But you know all those words, right? It's how they're being used. This is from a math text from 1945, believe it or not. And this is one where when I said there's always one, if I have a math teacher, sometimes they'll feel comfortable with it, or somebody with an engineering or business background. So I just like to use this to illustrate the importance of background knowledge. And actually they've done many studies on poor readers and stronger readers, and given them, there's a very famous study on baseball study. They gave them a passage about baseball. And those students who did better answering questions about it were not necessarily the strong readers unless they had a background in baseball. And the poor readers who had a background in baseball did better understanding and answering questions about the passage than the strong readers who know nothing about baseball. So it's your background knowledge that really indicates how well you're going to be able to understand a passage. So this is another piece here that's coming up next from the Nancy Hennessy book that I was shared earlier, where she talks about activities to activate, build, and connect your background knowledge. So I'm just going to pause here for a moment and invite you. So the activity here is, what do you do to support, to activate your students' background knowledge, to build the background knowledge, or to connect their background knowledge to what they're currently learning? So I'm just going to give you, you can stamp on these, you can add something to the chat, you can highlight some of these that you use. You can maybe put a star by something that you hadn't thought about, or you'd like to learn more about, maybe a question against one you need to learn more about. So I'm not seeing lots of things starting off. Thank you. Questions and prompts. The authentic artifacts. We've got some ESL teachers or ELD teachers in the group, don't we? So bringing in something that is a real, we call it realia, something that they can hold in their hands and experience. Visual images. We don't have videos on here. We should add that on. So I think video takes you into that world so much as well. Multiple theme text. An anticipation guide would be if I gave you, for example, a list of true false questions about the topic before we start. Or if I give you an outline of here's what we're going to be talking about, and I ask you kind of get a feel for, remember I used the red, yellow, and green dots. That would be on an anticipation guide. You have an idea of what's coming because I'm giving you an outline of it. Kind of goes prime and think, what do you already know about this topic? Charts, webs. Oh, there was one of my favorite books when I was teaching high school was Jim Burke's Reading Reminders. Lots and lots of good charts and mind maps in that. And graphic organizers. I like this organizing though, thinking the ABCs of background knowledge. How do we activate and assess it? How do we build it? How do we connect to it? Venn diagram, exactly. That's a great graphic organizer. One of my colleagues says her life is a Venn diagram. Someone just sent me one between ADHD, dyslexia, and autism, wondering my thoughts on it. Haven't had a chance to reflect on it much. Other thoughts? What else do you do to add on? I'll add in the word videos, because that's one that we should definitely, when I think about my own middle school kids, they love their videos. Woof. Experiences too. That's one of the things I gave a talk to parents with dyslexia, of kids with dyslexia, and I said, we need to be immersing our kids in experiences as much as possible. So I'm going to put that as well. And that's one of the things that just breaks my heart when I see schools and their budget issues not being able to do field trips. When I was mentioning to somebody earlier that I grew up in a town of 700. We were in a very, very small town in Colorado, 6-hour drive from Denver. And we had maybe an average of 10 kids per class. So every 3 years, they took the entire 4th, 5th, and 6th grades in the bus to Denver for a week. And we went to the Mint to see how money was made. We went to the Keebler Cookie Factory. We went to the Capitol. I don't remember what else we did, but what a great exposure. I mean, some of those kids had never left the western slope of southwestern area of Colorado, because you can go to Montrose half an hour away and get all your groceries. Denver, that's a 6-hour drive. That was far. So, and you think of some of our kids that are in our more rural and remote areas, not getting to some of the bigger cities and experiencing that, hence that experience. Oh, it is already here. But I think that's such a crucial thing to build their understanding that when you talk about life on a farm or you read Charlotte's Web, do they have a clue what you're talking about? When you're talking about a pen or a barn, or what it smells like to be in a pig pen, and what even watching videos doesn't give you those other senses of smelling and feeling and hearing things in the same way. And so it was, I really, while I love what we can do with videos and virtual field trips, I think that it's so crucial that we actually get the kids out and about too as well. So thank you for contributing to that. There is one, somebody mentioned I'm going to clear all this off and talk while we're moving to the next slide slowly. Somebody mentioned the Venn diagram. I think it was you, Leah. There's another one that I like that's called the RAN, and you may have heard of the KWL chart. I'm sure I'm going to see lots of nodding. K stands for what I know, and then you do KW, what I want to know or want to learn, and then L for what I've learned. Well, the RAN does things a little bit differently. Whoops, wrong way. Let me clear that. And what it looks like is what I think I know, and then I have a confirmed, a misconception, a new learning, and a wondering. So it's expanding it from 3 columns to 5. And what I like about this is instead of taking your marker, or especially a Sharpie or any kind of marker, and writing on a butcher paper, you put these on stickies. And so then throughout the learning, you can move your stickies to, oh, what I thought I knew, to now I was wrong, a misconception. And here's a student version, this is a 2nd grade version of it. So they went what we think we know, to either yes for confirmed, or oops for a misconception, and new information or new learning, and then wonderings. What I like about this instead of the KWL is I feel like when you say what I know, sometimes we feel like what I know is my identity. It's like I know things, versus trying to promote reason by seeing our beliefs or our ideas or what we know as hypotheses to be tested. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. And so I think that this is adding some flexibility into our kids' thinking by saying, I think I know this. I've heard of this. I've got some ideas. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, and we will confirm it or realize it's a misconception through our learning together. So I think I have a link to this into the chat box. Unfortunately, the RAN, it gets confused with the rapid automatized naming. This actually stands for reading and analyzing nonfiction. Unfortunate use, but you get the idea. I think that this is a fantastic way of drumming up and thinking about background knowledge before you engage, and during and after engagement as well. As we go beyond the word level, one thing I want to draw attention to is last month we talked about syntax and grammar, and we talked about how words work together to create phrases. We talked a little bit about clauses and how they can be dependent. They can't stand alone, and those that are independent that can. And that a simple sentence is one independent clause versus a compound sentence is 2 independent clauses. A complex is a dependent and an independent, and compound complex is a dependent and an independent and another independent. It's very multiples. But what I like this for illustration adapted from Nancy Hennessy is illustrating how we start with the word, and words are combined to make phrases, which are combined to make clauses, which are combined to make sentences, which then lead to, we combined into different kinds of texts that get bigger and bigger. So this is where that link between comprehension and writing comes in. We work on understanding through analyzing and generating. So this is just a refresher a little bit of the semantics and its connection. So when we get into phrases, we talked a lot last time about what's a noun phrase, what's a verb phrase. Understanding phrases and phrase cued reading is something I've seen a lot in the context lately of fluency. To build students' fluency is to help them read phrase by phrase instead of word by word. So these are some tips from Louisa Moats. Is phrasing is that first step in constructing meaning. It helps me summarize and paraphrase. And those skills depend on my ability to chunk words into phrases to answer the question, who or what is doing, who or what is doing something, someone or somebody or something is doing something or something to somebody or something. It answers the question of the who on that is doing this, and what are they doing, where are they doing this, when are they doing this, how are those. These are the phrases, and this is where this comes into is those phrase pieces. This is it's mentally integrating all these pieces, which we need in order to summarize and paraphrase. I have again and again teachers tell me summarizing is really, really, really hard. Let's start at the phrase level. Let's start at the sentence level. Let's start by recognizing what question did that phrase answer. Is it a who, a where, a what, a when, a why, a how, doing what? What kind of question does that phrase answer? I don't remember what the slide was going to be, so I have to click again. Here we go. Okay, sentence level work. How do we work directly with sentences? So I'm going to put all these up and then we'll talk about it. We have indirectly and direct and indirect sentence level work. This is just too slow. I wish I brought it up all at once. You are a stinker. Sorry. Okay. So what can we do to help our students beyond the word level? We have direct strategies, we have indirect strategies. Again, from Nancy Hennessy in her new book, which there's so much in here to unpack. In the direct strategies that we can help with sentence level work, we can start with grammar-based activities, having them underlining, coloring, paying attention to what's the noun, what's the verb, paying attention to subjects and predicates. I have a colleague who said that she works even with high school teachers, and she took a piece of construction paper in the shape of an apple, and then she had them cut it apart, and they would write on one side a big S for subject and a big P for predicate. And just to illustrate that every sentence has to have your noun phrase, some kind of who or what, and what they did. This is your verb phrase. Did what or doing what. That's your core base of a sentence. So when you're deconstructing them, you're taking them apart and realizing who's it about, what are they doing, when did they do it, why did they do it, pulling apart those sentences, recognizing those cohesive ties and connective activities, putting them back together. So that's the sentence combining piece. The questioning, asking these questions that we're talking about. Anagrams are those scrambled sentences that can provide the reader an opportunity to think about and discuss the construction of a sentence related to the meaning. So you're breaking these pieces apart and having them, putting them together and thinking about what order is this going to work. So we talked a lot about these last time when we talked about syntax. We didn't talk about these indirect, but I want to highlight those as well, that there are things that we need to be doing both. We can't do everything directly. We need to make sure our students think about how to think as well. So when we're supporting our students by reading challenging texts and talking about what we're reading and thinking about and exploring and parsing these sentences, breaking them apart into their pieces, we'll see some illustration about in a moment. We're connecting these to other activities. This is again the phrasing, and we're making connections to our oral and our written responses. So we can do this directly through grammar sentence work, or we can do it indirectly through paying attention to text, or both at the same time. I know there's a lot there, so I'm going to clear all this off. And I'm going to give you an example of oral reading support. But my voice is very tired, so I think I'm going to do the video first and then the illustration of us doing it. So I think it's this slide here. It's going so slow. We're going to watch the video of a teacher doing structured reading. And this is a Slingerland approach with a middle schooler, with middle school group. This is a small group. And what she will notice is that she's going to be cueing the students to read a few parts of the sentences and then a whole sentence. And then when afterwards, I'm going to do an illustration and show you on a different paragraph how I was taught to do it too. A very similar style, but not quite the same way. So she does it where one person will take on each sentence. I will be illustrating where we'll have multiple people taking on a sentence. But I'm going to pause and we'll listen to her first, and then we'll show you my way and give you an opportunity to practice. So this is the modeling, and then we'll do this is she does, then we'll do we do, and then we'll do you do. Okay, so I'm sharing with, I don't know when I paused share on that, sorry. Hope you were following me. Was all that working, Shelley? We have to do it all over again. No, I'm kidding. I will not make you do it all that over again, but we will have an opportunity to talk about it when you come back from the breakout rooms. So our practice is we will go into breakout rooms, and I have two passages for you. You can do the first passage, which these are both from Florida Center for Reading Research. And on the first one, page 2 already has their ideas of which phrases that they would pull out and how they would structure this one. I don't always agree. I usually agree, but it's definitely good food for thought. But it is more useful for you if you just scroll quickly past page 2 to the third page, the bottom page on that. And that's in the first passage that's in the chat box for you. And talk about how would you structure at least one paragraph of it and support oral reading phrase by phrase instead of word by word with the question words. If you have time, I gave you an extra passage site. If you want to look at both of them, you can choose which one. But I think the second one has some dashes in between the passage in the beginning, and then you can choose an opportunity where it doesn't have the dashes and you can practice your own. And then when you come back, please choose a representative to talk about how did this feel? What we'll have a whole group sharing when you come back. How did it feel? Is this something that you see that your students would benefit from supporting their comprehension? And you can also talk about what you saw happen in the video or what you saw happen in our illustration with Sherry, Kimberly, Leah, and Debbie. Thank you for our volunteers there. So I'm going to pause the recording before Shelley opens the Zoom recording discussion. New things, affirmations, connections, thoughts, process. What did you talk about in your group? Kelly, you're not muted. Would you like to start?
Rats. I meant to do it. Sorry, you heard a couple crunches of a little piece of candy. Rats. Group 3, we were doing very well, but as we went, we began to ask ourselves, were we overthinking what we were doing?
Sometimes you might be.
Yeah, because as we were going, it's like, were we pausing at each question, the who, what, when, where, how? It's like, and then there just seemed to be a lot of markings. Like, okay, are we overthinking it? And do we need to do something differently?
Were you on the first one or the second?
First one.
Okay, so I'll pull it up. So jump down to page 3. And the reason why I said we skip it, because I would definitely not do what Jim's grandma filled. I would do one Sunday afternoon, Jim's grandma, because that's the who. What did she do? She filled a big pot with meat. And then what else? There's that connector word. put it on the stove. So she
Okay.
put it, where did she put it? On the stove. So the length of your phrases, Kelly, depends on your kids.
Well,
Your kids
actually,
Go
we
ahead.
did not do this one, so we may have done the other one.
Okay, I'll go get that one.
Like that would have been much easier to do.
That was the
That's just
first one.
Okay, that's me being honest. I'm speaking for
I totally
myself.
get it. No problem. You jump to the extra practice one. So I'll open that one.
Which we thought was very tricky.
The extra practice one. The other one was easier. You went right to the hard one. All right, so this is the chunk it, and we're gonna go to here. All right, I definitely would not have broken it between when Sam and heard the garage door open. I would do when Sam heard the garage door open, because that's my when clause. Sam is the subject of that clause. Heard the garage door, heard is the verb. So that's a clause that tells me when. What happened? He sat where? Next to the door. So I would break it smaller like that. How about another group? Did anybody others talk about this one and how did it, was it tough? It is tough. These are I pulled some passages that I know are going to take some conversation for us. Particularly in the first one of the difficulties is something we call phrasal verbs. So to put in or to turn on. So when you say, then she put in some water, to put in is actually your verb. Some water is what she put in. So that's tricky because you think of in some water, that's not a prepositional phrase in this case. Put in is your verb. She put in some water with lots of potatoes, tells me about that water, and some onions and some celery. So this is a great illustration of how some of these passages can be very complex. Let's come into the chat. One member shared that when you have them practice read again with good phrasing, you can have them say it with a funny accent. Yes. But you notice how she kept pushing for read it smoothly. And that's what we're saying. It's like, okay, we've now read phrase by phrase. Now read again smoothly, pausing at the phrases. Because that smoothness is what helps us understand it. If I read choppedly, phrase by phrase, or even word by word especially, it gets in the way of my understanding. So that's why I reread it smoothly so we can all hear it smoothly, and even you can hear it smoothly. You can highlight the subject verb with different colors. There's a great tool, OneNote from Microsoft, where you can actually have the colors change and shift so that whatever passage you're looking at, it will highlight, it will change the color of the nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. And you can color code that. It will label them if you want it to. It will have it bigger spacing for you.
I was surprised when she was, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
When she said, read it again, with smooth phrasing, but then I was surprised when she told him to sit up straight. I just thought if you were, she's wanting him to be able to speak clearly, but it just seems like it's taking the focus away from his focus, away from the word, and it might throw him off a little bit. I was wondering what you thought about that.
So I was trained in the same approach that she's using, which is Slingerland. And we do pay attention to sitting position, more so for writing than for reading. But I will say that for my son, now granted, I have a son with autism who needs to work on his core strength. Always has, probably always will. But when I see him hunched over, I say, you need to get more breath. You need to get more oxygen in your brain. You need to get more oxygen having a better posture gets you more oxygen and helps with your attention to this. So let's sit up straight. Let's pay attention. Let's have our focus on. So I think it was her way of also saying, all right, we're going to do this. Let's sit up straight. This is our attention position. It might be.
Okay.
So I think that, yes, sometimes it depends. Let's pick our battles. And I would definitely be more, let's pick that battle for writing position than for reading. but it all depends on what she needed to pick on, if you will, what she needed to focus on for that student. But it's definitely an interesting question, Angela. How about one more processing from another group? On either one of these.
Alicia, there's one in the chat too.
Yes, I talked about that one. The one from Angela? Or is there another one I can't see? Sometimes that happens.
Never mind, that is the one you talked about. I just saw it pop up. I didn't have the chat open, so I'm delayed.
No problem. Any other thoughts on these two? It's just a process to help support comprehension.
So I do have a question. It's really not a question, but I think it would be something to improve students' confidence that are having challenges because of their dyslexia. Not really K through 2 teacher, I'm more intermediate, but I would suggest, they already know that they have challenges with reading, but I think that this would improve their confidence and then they can see their own growth over time. I wouldn't rush a passage like this with them. I would do this as like a one-on-one small time, meet with them over the course of either the first trimester or depending on where they were, because they're going to have growth somewhere in the school year. But I would record them. I would record their reading of it first before we started anything, just kind of so they can hear themselves at the very end. They could hear themselves at the beginning. And then as we worked on the phrasing and fluency, because there's a lot built into this. There will be a lot of things you need to pre-teach before approaching that. And then I would record them at the end and I would break this passage up.
Oh, definitely.
If I do probably, in chunks, like the first paragraph, and we could just focus on the first paragraph, anything so they can see that they are making growth with themselves and they can create their own strategy. And we could work that out together between teacher and student, like the strategy. Because they're going to need that when they go to middle school. So they don't need that. So that's something I would do to kind of help them, improve their confidence. And I would definitely teach them to color and underline things to help them. Just give them some tools as they're reading. Because in middle school, they're going to be they're gonna have to support. They're gonna have to support themselves, and those strategies are going to be so important for them.
Very much so. Thank you, Sharon.
I really like that idea myself. I like to have my kids take different colors and we highlight things a lot, just until I think they understand the concept to help them see. And so I think it really does help them. We also, when they read, we highlight words that are tricky for them. And then we come back to those words. And it really helps them see the progression in learning those words, but it also helps them break apart those words and learn which ones they're struggling with. So I like that idea.
I think that thank you, Kimberly. One of the things that as you two were talking, I was underlining some phrases that tell us. The first one tells us when, as soon as Matt opened the door. Why did he open that door? To come in the house. That was the whole purpose for opening the door. How did he run out? As fast as he could. So these are answering the who, the when, the where, the why. That Sam is the who. What did he do? Ran out. Matt ran after him, and Sam, I'm noticing as I'm reading this, we have some run-on sentences, don't we here, folks? Because we have an independent clause, Matt ran after him, and we have another independent clause, Sam had hid in the bushes, so there should be a comma between them before the and. Same thing, I noticed another one, sorry, my brain's always sees these things, where was a but somewhere? Here it is. Matt kept calling for Sam, independent clause. Finally, Matt went back inside, independent clause. You need another comma before that, but otherwise without having a run-on sentence. So another opportunity for to be examining how could we improve this as well. Lots that we could do with this, isn't there? Okay. I'm going to clear all that. One last thing that we're going to talk about before the end of our day, because we are already after 3 o'clock, and that is figurative language. So much we can do with figurative language. I used to have a speech pathologist come into my classroom every day. I was very lucky. No, she didn't come in every day. She came in every week. See the misspeaking piece. And one of the things that she often did, she talked about idioms. And so you could see that our example, the cat got your tongue. She would always give them an idiom and talk about the story. What does it mean? She would have visuals, conversations. She would use it. I mean, these are such crucial things for us to help our kids make these connections too. Particularly, like I said, our kids with dyslexia who might be a little bit they're struggling with the first meaning of the word. Now you're giving me something completely different. So I have a couple of other illustrations that are just fun for us as we think about you. Like I said earlier, it's raining cats and dogs. We're all in the same boat. I'm all ears. So these are these pieces that are hard for us to. We have to keep in mind that our kids, we might use these things all the time, but our kids need some support in that. Okay, so last piece is putting this all together. And I have actually an exercise for us to do this. And Shelley, I don't think this link works anymore. I'm gonna have to find a new one. But I'm gonna ask, but we'll try it. And if it doesn't work, I'll go try and find another one for it. In the meantime, while I'm trying this, I'm going to ask for, or you can try it, Shelley, tell me if that works. I'm going to ask for 2 people to read this. You'll notice there is no punctuation. So this is on the prosody. This comes, again, background knowledge and your own perspective. I'm going to punctuate it while you read. But I want you to think about how would you interpret this letter. So may I get a volunteer to read it for us, and I will get out my annotation tool and I will add in your capitalization. I'll circle words that should be capitalized depending on where you stop. I will put a comma or a period depending on how you read it. Can I get a volunteer to read it, please?
I'll try it.
All right, Becky, go ahead.
Okay. Dear John, I want a man who knows what love is all about.
Okay, you are. Hold on. All right. Go ahead.
You are kind. You are generous, kind. Wait, you are generous, kind, thoughtful people who are not. Okay, now I'm.
You want to just stop here? You are generous, kind, thoughtful.
Thoughtful. Yes. Okay. You're
Okay.
generous, kind, thoughtful. People who are not like you admit to being useless and inferior.
People who are not like you admit to being useless and inferior. Okay.
You have ruined me for other men.
Okay.
I yearn for you. I have no feelings whatsoever when we're apart.
Mm-hmm.
I can be forever happy. Will you let me be yours?
All right. Thank you, Becky. Does anybody have another interpretation? Shelley, maybe you could do a quick little search for Dear John letter.
I've got a thought on the sentence. So you are generous, period. Kind, thoughtful people who are not like you admit to being useless and inferior.
All right. So Debbie, are you going to start with, I want a man? Who knows what love is all about?
And then you are generous and a period there.
You are generous, but kind, thoughtful people who are not like you. Oh no. Let's see what It's been a long time since I've.
Kind, thoughtful people who are not like you admit to being useless and inferior.
How about saying admit to being useless as an inferior here? Kind, thoughtful people who are not like you. Generous, kind, thoughtful people who are not like you. Admit to being useless and inferior. You have ruined me. For other men, I yearn. For you, I have no feelings whatsoever. When we're apart, I can be forever happy. Will you let me be? Yours, Gloria. So where we pause it, where we stop it, can change it from a love letter to a hate letter. Did you find it yet, Shelley? Maybe I'll look and see my other resources and see if it's still there. Because the fascinating thing is that how you pause, where you pause can change the complete tone. So in my explicit literacy, it might be there. And that's the confusing thing on prosody. Where do I stop? Where do I pause? Where do I put my emphasis? That's the important thing to think about as we're reading. And it's hard for some of us unless we know all those others. Let me take a look, see here. Dear John letter, maybe this one will work. Punctuation matters, info, please. Please. It's redirecting. I think we might have a new link here. Yes. Okay.
Just put one in the chat, but I don't think it's deep enough into it.
I want a man all about. You are generous, kind, thoughtful. People who are not like you admit to being useless and inferior. You have ruined me for other men. I yearn for you. Next one. Dear John, I want a man who knows what love is. All about you are generous, kind, thoughtful people who are not like you. I admit to being useless and inferior. I got it pretty close. You have ruined me. For other men, I yearn for you. I have no feelings whatsoever. When we're apart, I can forever be happy. Will you let me be? So it's John and Harriet instead of John and Gloria, but you get the idea. So how those change, punctuation matters. I'll put that into the chat box for us. This is the one that is linked in our tinyurl.com. Shelley's referencing, let's see, Grandma, yes. Punctuation saves lives. We have to think about how exactly. So that's a huge piece of the prosody. Where do we put our intonation? Where do we pause? Where do we stop? Where do we put these pieces together? That's an important piece as we think about the big picture of literacy and supporting our kids, is how do we help them apply what we've been teaching? So in all of these 42 hours that we've been together, and that's gone way too, see, I click and click and click again. I try that again. Wow, it went way too many. Let's try this here. Okay, click too many times. So how do we help make them apply what they've been doing? So this is where we're giving them not only practicing our skills, reading and writing, but the application piece. And this is one example of a Slingerland lesson plan. This is one, there are many different ways to be doing this. And this is what you were seeing in that video, is she was doing the reading from the book. Last month when we saw her doing preparation for reading, or we pulled phrases from the book, that's on the visual side here. But you can see we start with our cards, we do decoding, and by cards, I'm showing you flashcards of individual letters, not words. We show decoding of words, and we have the kids underline. That should actually be B, not A. I don't know what happened there. And then we get into phrases and building to what you saw in that video is C, with the goal of independent reading. And on the other side, we're building toward independent writing. So we're building both of these auditory and the visual sides every day and getting that practice for you. A couple other science of reading teaching tips that I want to help us remember is both synthetic and analytic. We're pulling things apart and we're putting them back together. I have a couple keys to prevention that I'll be sharing as well, and then putting those pieces back together. So the synthetic and analytic, remember I said the visual and the auditory. The reason why we're doing those visual prompts is that's what leads to phonic decoding. When I'm visual prompts, I'm giving them something to see. Maybe a flashcard, it may be a word, it may be a phrase, it may be a book. This is what they're prompt is a process is converting those printed words, their spoken form. And then that bottom column is practicing things that you can do to support their phonic decoding, giving them flashcards, decoding practice letter tiles. On the auditory side, the reason why we do this is so that we develop their orthographic mapping. That's the process of going from the sounds in the word to the printed forms. And you can do flashcards, but doing them the opposite way. Instead of giving them a visual prompt, you give them an auditory, as well as dictating words, phrases, clauses, etc. A couple other keys to recall. When we're preventing word reading struggles, remember to always pay attention to phonological awareness, the sound symbol connections, and providing lots of opportunities to read connected text. This is from David Kilpatrick. And I would write, I don't want to erase it, but I want to add to it. Read and write. Remember how I always talk about teaching reading through writing. So that's a crucial piece there. Whoops, not undo, redo, clear. Because when we're talking about remediation, again, you'll notice that phonological awareness deficits. Make sure you plug up any holes. Get your kids as strong as they can be in playing with sounds. Connecting those sounds to your phonics skills and phonic decoding and spelling, two sides of the same coin, that reading and writing, and lots of opportunities for reading and writing connected text. Because research has shown that even students with the most severe reading disabilities can improve their word reading skills. My asterisk is on the connected text because many people ask me, do you mean decodable texts or natural texts? And the answer is yes. I mean both. The decodable texts are to practice the orthographic patterns we're working on in class. The natural texts are for them to see how often those patterns occur in natural text. For example, if you're working on OUGH, it's nasty. We're going to have to do a lot of work on that, but it's not all that common in real world. So hence, yes, we'll pay attention to it. The EA is making the E sound, or the A, or the E, the A, or the eh. Not all that common in real world, but let's work on it in isolation. A couple of reminders in the remediation is that the components of effective reading instruction are the same, whether you're preventing or intervening. Phonemic awareness, phonemic decoding skills, that fluency in the word recognition and text processing, construction of meaning, vocabulary, spelling, and writing. These are the pieces that we need to make sure we're bringing together. Okay, we're going to do one last small breakout room. So Shelley, we're going to have to reduce a little bit of time because I'm going to give you an opportunity to think about all of the kinds of things we've been talking about: syntax, grammar, phonology. Let's make these rooms, Shelley, maybe remake them, make them a little bit bigger, but for a shorter time, because this piece is a little bit hard. Looking at the errors students make, and what are we looking at when we make those errors? Is it a syntactical error, a phonological error, a morphological error, an error in semantics, understanding which we were talking about today, discourse, larger unit of text, orthography having to do with spelling.
So do you want me to make it bigger and shorter, or just shorter?
By bigger, I mean more people in a room and shorter amount of time. Yes.
So 5 minutes, and how many?
Let's do 4 or 5 at least, 4 or 5. And just one opportunity, and this is in the Jamboard, so I will put this in the chat box for you, or you can work on it in the Jamboard as well. I mean, not chat box, I mean, I'll share it with you on by screen share. But in our Jamboard, I did put this in so that you can move those words around and play with it. If you want to make your own Jamboard so nobody touches yours, I can show you how to do that. Of course, it's going really slowly.
Okay, Alicia, I'm gonna open the rooms, but it's 3:22, so I just wanted to give you a little time check, and I put it for 5 minutes.
Okay, let's do 4 minutes, but I want to get everybody to the right spot with it.
4, okay.
Here in the Jamboard, it's frame 11. I see people on it. You know what to do. We're going to be moving these around to where they belong. And if you want to make your own, you can just make a copy. See those 3 dots up in the upper right-hand corner? There's make a copy. Okay, I'll pause the recording now and you can do our one last breakout and we'll talk about these together. Would you rather review this as a whole group? I'll talk to each other one more time.
Okay, rooms are open.
Okay. Pausing recording. So I just want to give you a moment to summarize, question, think about the learning you've done. You all did a fantastic job with this Jamboard. You got them all right. So let's think about, just kind of question, how did that feel? What were some things that you thought about that were some clues for this? What is, you can put into the chat box a summary of your learning, a question, a thought. We have about 2 more minutes according to my clock. So let's hear from at least, how about 2 groups? At least one. One last time. Anyone? We don't have to if you prefer. I can just share out some next steps. You'll see I already shared my resources, my Padlet. Here is my contact information. I do appreciate all the time that you all have taken with us together today. I will put that back up, our summarizing question, if there's anything that anybody else wants to talk about, especially particularly on this last one. This was, you guys did fantastic. We were like this. Maybe it was the working together, or just what a fantastic team you are. Let's see what's been coming in the chat. Several new ideas. Thank you. Semantics and morphology. Awesome, Leah. Anything else anyone would like to share from any? I hope you had a good discussions in your breakout rooms. Any questions on these last thoughts? Thank you, everyone. Good luck with it all. I look forward to seeing you another time. As I said, we'll be doing a dyslexia class in May. And in June, we'll be doing orthography and morphology, but reach out anytime that there are things that I could do to support and help. So I'll go ahead and stop the recording.
Well, Alyssa, I have a comment for you and everyone else. Just a question when everyone else logs off. This is Leah.